Good morning and welcome to the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel for day 2 of the 2024 Big Ten Sevens Championships on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. I'm Charlie Morris, joined by my partner Claire DeMeo, and for today's sake we're going to call him Try Jesus. And right now there are two teams that are trying to get to the Final Four in our first matchup of the day, Claire. Indiana and Purdue both looking to get into the top bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah, Indiana and Purdue both 2-1 from yesterday, with Indiana suffering their loss against Notre Dame in a walk-off try at the last second, and then Purdue as well, also 2-1, losing to Notre Dame. So both teams, again, I'd say pretty evenly matched here. Indiana's shown a little more in the point differential, but Purdue is here and will put up what's going to be a really good effort. So for both teams, again, a lot of strength, a lot of energy, and coming out fresh today, I think this is going to be a good one.
Certainly will be, as both teams should understand the stakes. The way that the Big Ten Sevens Championship works is the top 2 teams in each pool advance to a 2-round playoff bracket to determine a champion. So if your team does not finish top 2 out of 5 in your pool, you do not have a chance to be crowned champion this year. Notre Dame and Penn State have already clinched a spot among those top 4, and only one of these two teams on the field today can clinch that spot, as Peyton Wall for Indiana right off the rip is inside the 5 as the Hoosiers receive their own kickoff and instantly turn it into good field position. However, they lose it. And so a big defensive play early for the Boilermakers is, again, winner of this game in the tournament with a chance to win it all. Loser will have to play for 5th place at best. Just 30 seconds in, and already Purdue very much backed up. They'll just kick it away to try to gain some territory, as Indiana's strong defensive line leaves them with very few other options. And they come up with it, as Purdue ends up stealing it from the Indiana player who was down on the field. Maybe Mike Murphy in there on the steal. So again, both these teams 2-1, as Claire mentioned. Point differential irrelevant at this point, although Indiana has a very strong mark, the second best in the tournament actually at plus 53. Purdue has played 3 close games, 13 points more than their opponents in the 3 games combined, but really, all 3 of their games, including their loss to Notre Dame, have been decided by very close margins.
Yeah, and Indiana, again, they're a very disciplined team. You saw some mistakes early on in this match. Again, we're only about a minute and a half in, but hopefully here off the set play, they can kind of reset, settle down, and get into the rhythm that we've seen all tournament.
Yeah, the scrum takes place at about midfield. Hoosiers in the black uniforms, Purdue in the white and cream-colored striping, the black shorts. Purdue looking like they're going to get a tap and go from about midfield off the issue on the scrum. Kustra will get it going. Flips it all the way out wide to the right. Purdue looking to get into the try zone first today. We saw a lot of teams who scored first yesterday go on to win. Always a big deal in such a short game. Powerful run. Look at the power behind Max Schrage, trying to get that breakaway speed before he's surrounded by black jerseys and just goes to the ground. Big run early for the Boilermakers. Over now into the hands of the left back, that being Sean O'Donnell. Fresh sight for Purdue fans seeing him get back in action after missing a game yesterday. He had 3 tries in their opening round win and then was not seen again the rest of the day. So good sign for Purdue seeing him healthy once again. Number 23 in beige and white.
How about who's your lineup?
Line-out coming as they roll. Purdue went into touch. Under 4 minutes to play in half number 1. Still scoreless. Claire, we saw a lot of really quick strike tries early in halves yesterday. Not the case right now today. Both teams seemingly a concerted defensive effort.
Yeah, a lot of teams will definitely have time to make those adjustments moving into day 2. And so you'll see these defensive efforts as Purdue makes kind of a saving tackle there.
Yeah, Purdue A couple times now Indiana looked like they were running free right at the beginning in another instance there, but Boilermakers staying strong on the defense for now. Wall will shake off one hit, maybe two. Briefly loses the ball, but it's saved by his teammate. An alert play to hand it back to safety by Jack Reese. Battle for it, and it looks like Purdue has it, and they do. So another forced turnover by Purdue's defense in their own side of the field.
Purdue has been really good with their defensive rucks, especially in this game. And it's led to a few turnovers by the Hoosiers.
Oh, look at that kick play. Trying to get it ahead, another kick, one-on-one battle for it, but it will end into touch, a race for it. Both players bent over, gassed, but it was the Indiana defender who forced the ball into touch. And so a rush opportunity for the Boilermakers, but not to be. Still scoreless with 2:30 to go in the first half, and this game certainly living up to its expectations. Purdue known for playing in these close games, and we've got another one here.
Yeah, and again, Indiana, they are leading their pool in point differential right now. And so, again, they've had a very dominant showing, even though they're 2-1.
Yeah, 84 points so far for the Hoosiers in 3 games, and only 31 against. But doesn't matter right now. It's a win and in situation. Point differential irrelevant at this point. So both these teams understand the stakes. The other important game that we're going to get to later today, Michigan and Ohio State, that one kicks off at 11 a.m., just about an hour from now. Winner of that one advances to the Final Four tournament. Loser is in the losers bracket tournament. A couple games between then and now with less stakes on the line as a giveaway by the Hoosiers in their own tri-zone. They will look like they will still try to run their way out of it, and they will. And a lot of green grass potentially. Good backtrack by Kustra. Excuse me, that was not Kustra for Purdue. That was actually a tackle made by Aymeric Mafutuna, who was a very good player for the Boilermakers yesterday, getting in again. Here's O'Donnell on a little 2-on-1. He splits the gap up the middle, and Purdue strikes first. Less than a minute to go in half number 1, and the Boilermakers are on the board.
Yeah, that was a great sequence there by the Boilermakers. Again, a lot of tough running, physical effort off of that turnover. Indiana was called for the not releasing within the 22, putting Purdue in a very dangerous situation offensively. So good on the Boilermakers for turning that turnover into points. And going into the halftime, that'll be pretty encouraging for them.
And they'll make that 7 points as the conversion is good. So for O'Donnell, it's his 4th try of the weekend, all 3 coming in their first game. So he's now played less than 3 full halves and has 4 tries. As he's obviously a big component of this Purdue team, someone they're very happy to have healthy after sitting out 2 games yesterday. And he gets on the board first. We'll see how Indiana can respond as time has expired in the half, so next dead ball will signal halftime. See what Indiana chooses to do. They start patiently. Wall. Peyton Wall will run across the field from his right to his left before letting it go. Now they work up the left sideline before moving it back to the middle. Obviously, teams love to use all the space they have in the 7-on-7 format, going wing to wing as quick as possible, try to catch the defense. Perhaps flat-footed, perhaps not positioned well enough. Indiana looking to do that right now on the offense. Wall is spun down before he quickly offloads it into the hands of Tommy Hannon. Hannon fires it backward to a teammate. Very patient Indiana offense. Of course, the clock irrelevant now. That pass was completely sideways at best. Certainly could have been called a forward pass, but not to be. Indiana playing with advantage. Good catch after the penalty, and now the clock will stop. Injured Boilermaker down. Can't tell from here who that is, but Last thing Purdue wants is to deal with more injury problems. Just watching it again, it looks like he was just caught in a bad spot in a ruck. And so with the injured player, they will be attended to by training staff from the sidelines. Yeah, number 4, Billy Ryder, the senior out of Furlong, Pennsylvania. Looks like he's gimpy getting off the field. So a tough break for Purdue. Good to see him get up and get off the field, and he received a nice standing ovation from the crowd in attendance. Indiana fans traveling decently well, and the Purdue JV team also here in attendance, so fans on both sides to watch our first game of the day. And Purdue will kick it out of bounds. That will do it for the first half. Boilermakers 7, Indiana 0 after 7 minutes of play. It's been a defensive battle, and it will continue when we come back. Purdue kicking it off to Indiana to start the second half. 7-0 the Boilermakers lead in a game for the tournament. As again, just a reminder, if you're just joining us, only the top 4 teams, the top 2 in each pool, make it to the playoff bracket, which allows you to become a champion. So in Pool A, Notre Dame has already secured the 1 seed with a 3-0 record and the head-to-head advantage against both the teams playing right now on screen. Indiana and Purdue both at 2-1, so the winner moves to 3-1, secures second, and earns a spot in the Final Four, per se, while the loser would drop to 2-2 and become one of the higher seeds and one of the favorites to win the losers bracket tournament, which does not bring much satisfaction to these clubs, both who hold themselves to very high standards and would love to finish higher than 5th place. But one of these good teams is going to have to finish lower than 4th, and so they're battling it out to decide who that will be right now. Indiana ball, down 7, 6:12 to go in half number 1, and the Hoosiers still not on the board yet.
Ball's not rolling away.
Looked like perhaps Purdue, or Indiana, excuse me, was playing with advantage as they moved the ball all the way across the field.
Yeah, Purdue called there for not rolling away. But you have to give credit to the Boilermakers. They are playing exceptional defense right now. Again, they're holding, as it stands, Indiana to its lowest points of the tournament, really. And, you know, that's credit to their defensive launch. They're getting up early. They're moving as one cohesive unit.
Scrum for Indiana, as you mentioned, very prolific Hoosier offense being kept off the board right now. Looking to change that with some room out to the right side. Nice offload now running towards the middle. Seemingly scrambling Purdue defense right now. Still on his feet is Cabreros. Michael Cabreros was a great contributor yesterday and looking like he may have set up something here. Offload, one-handed catch, and Indiana is in for the try, trying to center it, and they will down it. And they're on the board, and suddenly we've got a really close game with under 5 to play.
Well, that was excellent right there. Again, Purdue just caught out of position on the wing. Indiana seeing that and running it up the middle. Then you saw just then a really, really excellent sequence with the switch play and then taking it again, and then that final offload to get the ball into the try zone, running around to ground it to the middle. This should set up a fairly decently easy conversion. And he gets it.
Yep, Hannon knocks it through to tie the game with 4:12 to play, so still a lot of time.
Conversion is successful, 7-7.
What a game we're being treated to start out the morning. 10 a.m. start here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. A lot of good action today. We have 4 games for you, but before we take a break and get set for the playoffs. After this one, Notre Dame takes on Illinois. Notre Dame looking to move to a perfect 4-0 in pool play. After that, another team looking to move to 4-0, the Nittany Lions, with 103 points for in just 3 games already. They'll play Wisconsin with a chance to go to 4-0. Wisconsin currently at 1-2, just like Illinois. And then it's Michigan, Ohio State, and that battle between 2-1 teams will also determine who makes it into the playoffs and who would face the Irish in the first round. The winner of this game would get a tough task against Penn State in round 1, but based on what we're seeing here from these two teams' defenses, certainly not out of the realm of possibility that we could see a great game between the Nittany Lions and whoever wins this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the way both defenses are playing, when we talk about point differential, Penn State is leading that by far. They don't allow many points to be scored on them, and they put up the points indeed. So, again, with the way both defenses are playing right now, it'll be a tough task for any team that faces either of these teams, really. So, again, both teams are playing very disciplined, and the score right now is a testament to that, with it being neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck, and also low scoring, 7-7. So
yeah, absolutely. This has been the lowest scoring game we've seen this tournament.
Certainly is. Indiana looking to take a second half lead. There's a good tackle made, potentially saving a try. Getting in on the hit was Mike Murphy. But now Indiana looking to move it to the right side of the field, trying to find some room. There's a big collision. Purdue playing disciplined defense right now. We saw in Indiana's try, their defense was a little scrambly, but right now certainly looks like they're more in control. And the ball goes into touch, so the Boilermakers catch a break as there was some room out wide. But they maybe were playing with advantage anyway.
That looks like they'll be called back. Not sure what the call was there.
Yeah, tough to tell, but
again, costly penalty in the midst of a neck-and-neck game in that field position when you're kind of just on the doorstep at the 22.
Another instance of throwing it out of bounds while playing with advantage. So Indiana trying to maybe do too much right now over on the far sideline. A couple straight times they've thrown it out of bounds, but they had drawn penalties before that, credit to them. So ball is about 7 or 8 meters from the try line, and it's a scrum upcoming for Indiana with a chance to take the lead with just a minute to play.
And I didn't see what it was for, but a yellow card was issued to the Boilermakers, so they will have to play the rest of this match a man down. So they're going to have to make
huge call in this game.
Absolutely. They're going to have to make some massive adjustments in very short time on defense. Again, just guarding the gaps and, you know, trying to put put numbers on one side.
Certainly doesn't help that they're so close to their own try zone anyway. And I think that might be a try. And yes, there's the official signal from the referee, finally signaling the try. So Indiana takes a late game lead, delayed signal, but it's official, 12-7 Hoosiers. And Hannon tries to go quick. They don't even bother with a conversion. Time has expired, so Purdue will need it and need it immediately. Still playing down a man. Kick is up, and it's not going to make it the distance, so Purdue gets an opportunity. They need the try to tie the game. One defensive stand, and Indiana has paved their way to a rematch of last year's championship. See what Purdue can do on the offense. O'Donnell off to Murphy. O'Donnell again.
And Indiana needs to be very wary of these offloads.
And that a forward pass ruled is a little bit of miscommunication between the players, and that will do it. Indiana escapes with a 12-7 win, and they're going to the Final Four.
And yeah, a little bit of a flagrant forward pass, excuse me, in that last waning moment there, but well done to Purdue. That defensive effort was excellent. Again, other than the mistakes here and there that Indiana was able to capitalize on, they generally held it down. So well done to them, and obviously to the Hoosiers for getting the win.
Yeah, it was a hard-earned win. 12 straight points in the second half for Indiana. We'll be right back as Notre Dame plays host to Illinois in those two teams' final round-robin games when we return. Notre Dame in their navy blue uniforms kicking it off to Illinois in their oranges. The Irish are 3-0 and have officially clinched first place in their division, holding the head-to-head tiebreaker against the Indiana Hoosiers. Notre Dame could, of course, make it a moot point with a win anyway in this game. Illinois looking to even their record out to 2-2. The Illini did drop their contest to Purdue 15-14, so no matter what, they are unable to move up to the 3 seed. So they're locked in at 4th in their pool, but doesn't quite matter as much as beyond the first 2 teams in each pool. After that, the remaining 6 are just seeded 1 through 6, regardless of their division.
Yeah, and Illinois had a solid win against Michigan State, but weren't so victorious against Indiana, who is the 2nd seed at this point, and also playing a really, really close one with Purdue. That score was 15-14 with Purdue just edging out the Illini.
Yeah, Indiana, as you mentioned, the 2nd seed in the pool, winning by 29 in their first 2 games before losing by 5 and now winning by 5. So certainly playing closer games than they were at the beginning. Notre Dame also no stranger to the close games in this tournament. 5-point win over Purdue, a 5-point win over Indiana after their big win over Michigan State. Looking to move to 4-0 in pool play and try to lock up the number 1 seed overall. Of course, they'll need a little bit of help over in the other pool, but no matter what, they have clinched a spot in the Final Four playoff bracket. That's coming later today. So stay tuned on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. A lot of playoff games to go still. All 10 teams guaranteed at least 2 playoff games. So no matter who you cheer for, stick around and stay with us because there's a lot of action to follow. Right now on the field, minute and a half in, still 0-0. Illinois had been in control of the ball for the most part. We'll see what Notre Dame's offense can get to as Jackson Graham will try the right sideline. And he will try it successfully, getting by his check and going all the way for the first try of the game.
And then he finally grounds it a little more central for the try. But yeah, it was a great break by Jackson Graham. Again, getting down the sidelines, catching the Illini, a little bit flat-footed off of the wing. So again, an excellent try for the Irish, putting them up 5-0 with the kick impending.
And the kick flirts with the right upright, but it's called good. Irish go up 7-0. Jackson Graham has been an impact player all weekend for Notre Dame, and huge run down the right sideline there. And as you mentioned, a fake out before eventually grounding it closer to the center. That allows the conversion attempt from Colin Artis to fall through the uprights. Artis will now kick it away. Illinois now looking to get on the board for the first time today. And the pass is dropped for the knock-on in and out of the hands of the intended target, and the Irish force the turnover right after their first try. Looks like a scrum upcoming, and it is. Andrew Packard will feed it through. Junior out of San Jose, California. Mentioned a lot of local talent on the Iowa team that we'll see again later today in the 8-versus-9 game. Not as much local talent on this Notre Dame team. A lot of other states besides Indiana on the roster. In fact, not a single player claims Indiana as their home state. Very surprising, but Irish in general do attract talent from all around the United States and even a couple international players as well. Jackson Graham, the try scorer from Malaysia, and Ib Mayer, currently on the bench from Falsterbo, Sweden. John Barnes also from UAE, so 3 international talents on this Notre Dame team. 2 of them have played a big role so far. John Barnes, of course, the walk-off try yesterday in the win against Indiana. And Graham with a couple tries in the tournament, including the one today. There's Cam Teza breaking a tackle, and he runs it in for the try. Irish strike again for the second time today.
A lot of physical runs by the Irish. Again, just playing the short game. They got that turnover on the knock-on within the 22, which set them up in great field position. And from there, just taking it phase by phase. 1-2 passes out, find the gap, and Teza's through for the try.
Conversion is good. 14-0 Notre Dame leads with 2:15 to play in the half. Illinois in desperate need of a late half response. Certainly had some offensive struggles at this event. 40 points, 4 in 3 games. Not a terrible mark, but certainly one you'd like to see higher if you're an Illini fan. More than half of those points coming in their win against Michigan State. And Notre Dame recovers the kick. Irish force the turnover right away. Ball still free, and the Illini have it. Huge ruck ends up with the ball in Illinois' possession. They may have some space. Here's a good tackle. Is backtracking in good defensive position for the Irish was Josh Bryan. The Irish now have the ball all the way out to the left. It's Graham. He's wrestled down. 1 minute to play in the second half. Notre Dame 14, Illinois 0. They try a kick play, but well defended by the Illini, who jump on top of it. They call a penalty. Patrick Jennings picks it up, try to do it himself, fighting for every inch. Now it'll be grounded by Packard, standing up for the try. Notre Dame's third and a half.
And again, it just shows that those turnovers inside the 22 can be very costly, because again, Notre Dame has taken another opportunity to translate that into points as they've done here. So again, another great setup in good field position for the Irish, and they're able to muscle in a try.
Yeah, taking advantage of the penalty against the Illinois Fighting Illini and turning it into 7 points as the conversion is through. Ref will award halftime with the Irish leading 21-0. A strong showing for the host team as they look to prepare for hosting the rest of the tournament and the Final Four playoff matchup. They will move to just 2 wins away from being champions. Get ready for the second half when we come back on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
Over near the front gate.
Second half set to get underway. Illinois trailing 21 will kick it off to Fighting Irish. Notre Dame has come out and took care of business in half number 1 against the Illini, trying to close it out and clinch first place in Pool A. After the conclusion of this game, we're going to move right into the final action in pool play for Pool B. Penn State takes on Wisconsin, Michigan against Ohio State. That game is an exciting one. If you thought the first game of the day was exciting between Indiana and Purdue, and you should, then you'll be equally excited for Michigan and Ohio State. Another battle of 2 teams at 2-1, looking to find their way into the top playoff bracket. Again, only the top 2 from each division make the playoff that allows you a chance to win the championship. Everyone else will be battling it out in a 6-team tournament for 5th place. So certainly a huge difference between coming in 2nd and coming in 3rd in each pool. And the winner of Michigan and Ohio State will clinch the 2nd seed in a matchup with the Fighting Irish. We've already seen Indiana clinch a matchup with Penn State, and we now see Bryan clinch a matchup with the Tri-Zone, as Josh Bryan is going to run more than half the field and down it for the score.
And yeah, that was a good run by the Irish. Again, getting up the side, breaking a tackle, and then it's a foot race from there.
Yeah, and the speed of the junior out of California on display there. Josh Bryan didn't see much playing time yesterday, but getting a chance today and certainly taking advantage of it. with a try to make it 26-0 Notre Dame.
Yeah, and defensively, the Illini struggling a bit with those breaks, but again, just taking the right angle, having some players in the back try to peel off and then cut off that line that the Irish were trying to run there. Not much there for the Illini so far, but again, they have another opportunity here with the ball.
Notre Dame will kick it away. The Irish, one of the few teams that almost enjoys their own kickoffs. Penn State, the best example of it, as Dalton Musselman, the kicker on that team, does an excellent job of placing it just far enough and just high enough to allow his teammates to go run onto it and potentially steal it.
Yeah, controlling the kicks.
Some of that.
Controlling the kicks is definitely a big thing here, especially when time of possession is a major factor in how this game usually turns out.
Indiana, another team who generally excels at controlling their own kicks, but see what they can do in their matchup against the Nittany Lions. A rematch of last year's championship when Penn State won on a walk-off try. So Indiana will look for revenge and the upset. Illinois trying to get on the board for the first time. Running out to the left, a strong stiff arm. Couple broken tackles. What an individual effort as the Illini get on the board with their first try of the game, and that was a one-man show.
Yeah, again, great job to the Illini seeing the gap and running right through. Shaking off a few tackles, too. That was a really strong run by them, and they put themselves on the board.
5 points up there for the Illini. The conversion looks like it may have sailed left. So it remains a 21-point game. 3 minutes to go in half number 2. Illinois set to kick it away. So Illinois will presumably drop to 1-3, barring a miracle in the final 2:45 of this one. Depending on the result of the Wisconsin game, Illinois will get either the 7th seed or the 8th seed.
Come on, coast to coast, baby.
If they get the 7th seed, their first game of the playoffs will be at noon against Michigan State. If they end up with a better points differential than Wisconsin, or if Wisconsin wins, if Wisconsin wins, and Illinois would clinch the 8th seed, and they would get a matchup with Iowa. And if not, if they end up with a better points differential than Wisconsin, assuming the Badgers are also 1-3, they would get the 7th seed to get a rematch with Michigan State, whom the Illini have already beaten 26-12. So they're on the board again, forcing the turnover and downing it in the try zone. So a little bit sloppy from the Irish, and the Illini certainly taking advantage as they hustle up to get the conversion attempt through the uprights. Left-footed boot sails to the left. Remains a 3-possession game. 26-10, though. Illinois showing some real fight here at the end of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing all the right things on the attack. Notre Dame loosening up on defense a bit there. But yeah, the Illini recovering their own kick now. They can get another phase of attack going.
Yeah, 1:20 to go, and certainly this one looked like it was over, but maybe not, as Illinois scores again. Third try in 3 minutes or less.
And it really goes to show how quick this game can turn. Illinois playing with a lot of pace right now, really trying to make up for that deficit, and it's really working for them.
Yeah, one of their two conversions, other conversions besides that most recent one, had gone through, it would be a 1-score game right now. 40 seconds to go, and Illinois all of a sudden pressing. Kenzie recovers the kickoff. The Irish looking to just kind of melt some clock, maybe move it up the field. They do have a tendency to score long try runs. One of those would be just what they're looking for now. Illinois needing a turnover, trying to force something, and they will. Ball is knocked on, in and out of the hands of Graham. 15 seconds to go. Illinois has to move quick to, again, still down 2 possessions. They'll line up for a quick scrum. Time will run out, so a valiant effort from the Illini, but it will end up coming just short. Turned a 26-point deficit into a 9-point deficit. Showing some real fight at the end of this one. See if they can punch it in one more time. Offload is dropped but picked up. Will go out all the way to the left. And some space up the middle. Second try of the game for number 6. He's in for the 5 points. And although it's a loss for Illinois, 22 unanswered points to end the game.
Yeah, that was a really impressive front by the Illini trying to make it up. And as you said, if some of those conversions had gone through, this game could have looked very different. So
I think at 26-0, Illinois scores. They down it right in the center. Conversion misses wide left from a great angle. If that one had gone through, this kick would have been more important. It misses anyway, so Notre Dame comes away with a 4-point win. 26-22, the Irish do hang on and do clinch an undefeated pool play 4-0 record, but certainly not convincingly, especially at the end of this one.
yeah,
Either way, they are 4-0 though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are 4-0. Win is a win, but you have to be a little concerned about that defensive effort there late in the game because the Illini very nearly took that win from them.
Yeah, it was a great comeback effort by the Illini, giving themselves some real belief and real hope going into the 6-team bracket. We're going to take a very short break and be back with Penn State playing host to Wisconsin in the first game of Pool B play in just a couple seconds.
If Penn State wins,
Just about set to get underway. Wisconsin kick it off to Penn State. Penn State with a 3-0 record, 103 points for, 12 points against the defending champions, looking unstoppable yesterday. But today's a new day. Wisconsin comes in at 1-2. Looking to find an upset here. Nittany Lions will receive it first. Their prolific offense set to go to work right away. Running up the right sideline. Offload is bobbled and dropped. That's going to be a knock-on in and out of the left hand of the Nittany Lions, Adam Bilbo.
Knock-on by Penn State. Wisconsin scrum.
They get set for a scrum. So again, this game meaningless for the Nittany Lions, having already clinched the #1 seed in the pool. And a matchup with the Indiana Hoosiers, a rematch of last year's championship in the semifinals. The other semifinal, Notre Dame will be the #1 seed, having won their pool at 4-0, as you just saw in our last game, but still to be decided who they will play. Michigan and Ohio State the following game after this one. Winner of that makes the Final Four. Loser is relegated to the 6-team tournament. Wisconsin with some space up the wing. A little bit of running room for Craig down the right side, but he is forced into touch, turns it over, or just about into touch. Anyway, Penn State takes the ball, and another early drop for them and a knock-on called. A little bit sloppy from the Nittany Lions to start right out of the gates.
Yeah, this is not their first knock-on in in the minute and a half that's been played so far. So again, just being a little more intentional with the passes. I know they're trying to push the pace, but you know, you really have to look at your teammate and connect there to avoid these early mistakes.
See what Wisconsin can do if you're looking for an upset in such a short game, as it is just 14 total minutes of play in the two halves. You want to be taking advantage of when your opponent makes knock-ons in their own territory. This ball is kicked by the Nittany Lions deep into Wisconsin's side of the field. Badgers do pick it up and brought down at his own 22. It's Andrew Kozier. 4:35 to play in half number one. Still looking for our first try. First points of the game. We got a penalty called. It'll be against the Nittany Lions. Tap and go for Wisconsin. Joe Coach off to the right side. He has it back. High offload brought in. Maybe numbers out to left. Fumble forced. Great defensive play by the Nittany Lions, Robert Durkash, forcing it loose. Wisconsin recovers, but knock-on is ruled. Under 4 to play, and Penn State all of a sudden knocking on the door for the first time.
Yeah, and again, those turnovers, especially inside the 22, in a sevens game, can be very costly. And so I'm interested to see what Penn State can do here.
It's actually Wisconsin who feeds it through the scrum, as Penn State had been holding the ball up until the last second before it was given away. Fooling us up here. Now a drop, as we see Wisconsin's first real error of the game. Penn State plays with advantage briefly, and they continue to now. Good tackle, potentially saving a try as Penn State tried a drop pass. Carried into the try zone, and the first score of the game belongs to Ian DiPangrazio, and Penn State strikes first.
Yeah, and like I said, again, off that knock-on, playing with the advantage. Inside the 22, Wisconsin really backed themselves up, and to their credit, again, they had been playing defensively extremely well, just letting up that one try. So
2:30 to play, and Penn State on the board first. Conversion is through for the extra 2. 7-0 lead for the Nittany Lions, looking to move to 4-0 and match the Irish. Of course, Penn State's point differential about double Notre Dame's, but you've seen a lot of close games recently. Really, win's a win in rugby, especially with most teams wrapping up their 7-on-7 season. Any way you can get it, you take it at this point.
yeah, absolutely. And again, not that this game means much to Penn State, but they really are trying to put in the effort.
They almost recover their own kick once again. Again, one of the best teams in this tournament at doing so. Harris Eric has a lot of speed, and he's going to use that, breaking multiple tackles, still on his feet. And he's brought down by the neck. Can't do that. What a run from Eric. Tackle was made by John Gatherer. He was called, but I'm sure he'll take that trade-off.
Yeah, and like talk about that run. Again, using that footwork, changing direction, trying to get the
Sorry to interrupt,
lines
Claire,
off
but a
balance.
yellow card for that tackle. So Gatherer goes off with a minute to go in the half, and a real opportunity now for Wisconsin. DePalm trying to find some space. Penalty called against Penn State. Ref will slow it down. We'll go for the scrum. I believe, no, they'll stay with the tap and go. Doing the honors is Carter Bell. And an error, a penalty called inside the 5-meter line offensively for Wisconsin.
Yeah,
And a huge defensive stand.
The Badgers being called for the not releasing. So just as they work their way all up to the doorstep, Penn State able to get the ball back.
See what Penn State can do, very backed up, but a run up the left side. One man to beat, out to the left. There's a strong tackle at midfield. Nittany Lions still down a man, but running with the ball right now. Give and go. Brought down to Pangrazio, finds a teammate. Suddenly it's scramble defense for the Badgers. Durkash loses it. Picked up by the Badgers. Eric spaced down the sideline, and he is not going to be caught. Harris Eric can fly, and he's going to score the try and make it 7-5.
Yeah, and after Penn State a little sloppy with those offloads, they were kind of just flinging it back, hoping that someone would grab it, and you know, that's one way to go about it for sure, but it comes with a lot of risk. And again, as you saw, as soon as Wisconsin realized that just kept happening, they were able to get up on there, get the ball, and take it all the way to the house.
Yeah, well defended when it looked like Penn State might have a lane through, and the kick from the try attempt is good. It's very straight, well done from a decent angle by Carter Bella Jr. And with that, the game is tied heading to halftime. We've got a good one here between Penn State and Wisconsin. Stick around for the second half on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Both teams retake the field in preparation for half number 2. A surprising result so far, 7-7 between Wisconsin and Penn State. Penn State still undefeated in the tournament. Wisconsin looking to pick up their second win, and should they do so, would move to 2-2 and temporarily to 8, or end with 8 points. That would temporarily place them in second place in Pool B, but of course they would not end there, as Ohio State and Michigan would still have to play, both those teams at 7. So Wisconsin would give themselves a real decent chance at finishing 3rd overall in that pool, and a 2-2 record would grant them a very good chance in the 6-man bracket. Probably places them at about a 6 seed. They have a lot of work to do still. You played Penn State tough for 7 minutes, but have to do so for 7 more. Time underway in the half. Line out coming for Wisconsin, and they rule it not straight, so a huge mistake there.
Called not strict.
Suddenly, Penn State with the ball inside the 22 and a chance to take the lead with a second try of the game. Wisconsin will have to put their good defense to work.
Yeah, and talking about defense, again, Penn State had been really blowing teams out of the water all day yesterday, so the fact that it's tied going and pretty low scoring, each team only scoring 1 try apiece, I mean, that's a testament to the Badgers' defense.
And a knock-on against Penn State as the pass attempt was dropped. We've seen a couple mistakes. Penn State certainly looking very vulnerable right now. We saw Notre Dame, one of the 4-0 teams, look very vulnerable at the end of their most recent win, allowing 22 unanswered points to conclude the contest. And right now, Penn State doing anything but blowing out this Wisconsin Badgers team who came ready to play on this Sunday morning.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these games so far today have been really, really close. Definitely a shift from what we saw yesterday, so I think it speaks to the level of both teams on the field.
Yeah, obviously a very competitive conference usually is the Big Ten. Wisconsin will give it across to Eric, who makes a cutback move before he throws it over his head. What a bouncing corral, as bringing it in off the hop was Joe Venner. Venner still going, but he's finally brought down.
Penalty.
It looks like Wisconsin will be called for a penalty. Again, not releasing. It's like I said, and like we've seen in this match, it's very risky if you don't cover and conceal those rucks. Again, with the offloads, taking the ball to ground and then trying to pop it up, that leaves the ball vulnerable to anyone. So not the first time we've seen it, and probably not the last time we'll see it today.
Here's the Pangrazio down the wing. They work it towards the middle. Of course, Penn State looks like maybe resting some starters here as you're missing some familiar names. Another knock-on. No Ian Rowdybush, number 1, the senior, the hero last year. And no Dalton Musselman, another senior. Those two not on the field right now in Wisconsin, certainly taking advantage of that. Staying in this game, still 7-7 with just over 4 minutes to play. And a scrum upcoming for the Badgers after the knock-on. So Penn State dipping into their bench a little bit, and why not when you've already clinched your spot in the standings and are set to play host to Indiana later on today for a chance at the finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and it speaks to their depth too as a team, getting everyone involved, everyone minutes.
Badgers still trying to make it happen, trying to increase their odds at that 6th seed.
A great launch there by Penn State, getting up early. They're forcing Wisconsin really far back.
Advantage Penn
They
State.
still battle for it, and they call a penalty for a knock-on.
Come back for a knock-on.
It's against Wisconsin, I believe. So Penn State ball right around 6 or 7 meters away from taking the lead in half number 2. Scrum upcoming. Wisconsin, unless they manage a way to win by 24 or more, which doesn't seem very likely at this point, will be the 6th seed should they win. If they lose, a much different story. And it's down for the try by the Nittany Lions. They take the lead right back. After going up 7-0, they're now up 12-7.
And you got to give credit to the defense, because let's not forget, that's why they were able to score this try. Again, backing Wisconsin up all the way within their 5, and then applying that pressure up front very early, very disciplined with the launch, and it really just seemed to rattle Wisconsin, especially on the attack. They couldn't really get organized, forced a knock on, and that is why they were able to run it in for the try. So a very, very good defensive effort by the Nittany Lions, and that's how they were able to get these points on the board.
Take a 14-7 lead after a successful conversion with under 2 to play in the half. Clock is going to be fixed down to 1:30, as there was a clock issue at the beginning of the half. Now that's sorted out. So even less time for Wisconsin to try to tie this game up. Again, we haven't seen overtime yet. So should they tie it up, we'll be in for our first overtime, presumably, unless they tie it quickly. And then there's another score in regulation.
And I believe the overtime is another period, but it's also sudden death. So the first team to score, I believe, will take the win.
And how exciting that would be to see, especially maybe later today in a playoff game. Wisconsin playing with advantage, and now will be blown down. Under a minute to play. Badgers still trail 7. Get the ball in their own half. This is probably a do-or-die possession for them.
Absolutely.
They've been playing a lot of defense in this half, Claire, and now it's time for the offense to come through.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very crucial possession for the Badgers. If they can get this down the field, get the conversion as well, we have a tie game as time will probably expire.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case right now. There's a creative offload while falling back from Bell. Another good offload, but Wisconsin falls into touch, well defended by the Nittany Lions. And that's the final whistle from the official. Penn State advances to 4-0. The champs are defending well, and Wisconsin drops to 1-3.
And right there again, well defended by Penn State, forcing them into touch. A lot of the problems on attack for the Badgers have come because the defense of Penn State has been so prolific. And again, all tournament, you've seen it, and you've seen it just now today as well.
So we're going to take a quick break before as the next teams take the field in what will be a good one. Michigan, Ohio State, a battle for the Final Four top tournament playoff bracket. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a sec. Last game of pool play at the 2024 Big Ten Sevens Rugby Championship. After this game, it will be all playoff action, playoff intensity, and this one will likely have that same feel as the winner of Ohio State and Michigan, the two teams on the field right now, gets a chance to win it all, and the loser will have to play for, at best, 5th place. So a huge game between these two rival schools. Ohio State wearing gray, and one player's jersey completely ripped. Looks like a horse's tail now trailing behind him. One of the Ohio State players, just absolutely mutilated jersey. We're gonna get a stoppage. Tough start to the day for Connor Fairfield, who's an impact player for this Ohio State team. Gonna have to get some jersey repairs. Clock stopped with 6:07 to go in a scoreless first half. So with the Wisconsin loss last game, a little bit more information about seeding. Wisconsin at 1-3 with a -32 points differential will be the 8th seed. They play Iowa in their play-in game in the 6-man tournament, 6-team tournament. The 7th seed will be Illinois with a slightly better -22 point differential at 1-3. Ball is dropped now. It's a knock-on called against Michigan. Still a lot to be decided between the 5th and the 6th seeds. Purdue at 2-2 with a +6 point differential will definitely be the 5 seed. If Michigan wins this game, Ohio State 2-1, but with a negative point differential. So Ohio State will have to win by 21 or more to be the 5th seed themselves at 2-2. Actually, that would be factually incorrect. If Ohio State wins, they will be 3-1 and will play against Notre Dame, excuse me, for a chance at the finals. So it will be Michigan having to lose by 23 or more if Purdue looks to remain the 5th seed should Ohio State win. But of course that would become easier if Michigan wins, and they're gonna get a quick start, spinning off a hit and running in for the first try of the game. The Wolverines strike first. Maximo Nelson, the sophomore, jumps into the try zone, and the Wolverines are up 5-0.
Way to add the exclamation point to that try. First with the spin move, and then leaping into the try zone to open up scoring in this first half. So well done there, and pretty impressive run too, I should say.
And again, we saw the dolphin dive yesterday. I was instructed that it definitely does not hurt from multiple sources, despite it looking semi-painful. So Michigan, once again, in this big game, Nelson went for the memorable dolphin dive score. Conversion is no good. Remains 5-0. So again, just to clarify more about the seeding, winner of this game is in the playoffs. Loser of this game is either a 5 seed or a 6 seed. Purdue would be the other of those 2 teams. Of course, if Ohio State wins, they are in the tournament, and Michigan, with a very positive point differential, most likely would clinch the 5 seed. If Michigan wins, Ohio State would definitely be the 6, and Purdue would definitely be the 5. Buckeyes looking to tie the game on the offense right now. Very shifty running by Jack Dulick. Excuse me, that is not number 9, that is number 8. Joe Rezirene. High tackle called, much to the pleasure of the Ohio State fans in attendance, a couple of them.
A lot of high tackles throughout the day today, not even just in this game.
Wolverines will run as Ohio State attempted a kick. Luke Zanna picks it up and tries to rush it through down the far side. Gets pretty far. Good work by Zanna, the last man back for Michigan, but it's turned over. Ohio State forces the steal. Flip back bouncing. That's a big hit. And a penalty called. Tap and go for the Buckeyes, trying to move quickly and catch Michigan off guard, and they will tie a game. Another score for Ohio State, and it's Chris Mason, who was big yesterday, and he's on the board for Ohio State today.
And that was an excellent break right there, tying up the game and placing the ball nicely in the middle for the Buckeyes. This should hopefully make an easier conversion attempt.
Yeah, potentially go-ahead conversion from Hugh O'Kennedy should he knock it through the uprights. One Michigan player upset with the referee. Looks like Alex Olson. And the conversion is good. The Buckeyes take the lead in half number 1. 1:15 to play, and it's Ohio State up by 2.
And these teams are both very fun to watch, especially against each other. Ohio State and Michigan, always a good matchup.
Yeah, certainly shaping up to be one here. The first win and in game of the day certainly did not disappoint. Indiana coming away with a late game-winning try, and currently a 2-point spread between these two Big Ten rivals, as they are both looking to get in to the top 4, top 2 in their pool, and advance to the tournament. Ohio State somehow here, despite a negative 12 points differential, force a turnover, and they score again. Buckeyes double dip. And they take a 7-point lead.
Ohio State.
And again, just getting the ball back, putting the pressure on defense first, and then being able to translate it into points. That's just the way it goes here.
Time has now expired in the half. Ohio State conversion attempt upcoming from O'Kennedy. From a tough angle, most likely the last play of the half. Both teams seem to be moving towards their sidelines. Kick is up and good. What a beautiful kick, and that's a huge deal, making it a 2-score game heading into half number 2. Ohio State, the edge over Michigan after 7 minutes. Stay tuned for 7 more in what should be an exciting finish. Seven minutes separating Ohio State from a dance with Notre Dame in the semifinals. Still a lot of game left, though. Michigan's certainly going to come out strong here in half number 2. They need to if they want to be the ones who advance to the Final Four, as we are just about set for second half action. Ohio State 14 unanswered points at the end of the first half to take a 9-point lead into the second half. And O'Kennedy's kick is up, and it's beautiful, and it's juggled and knocked on. Ohio State nearly came up with it, but it was juggled just forward enough to be a knock-on, and so Michigan gets first possession.
And again, those turnovers will be costly, especially in a tight game like this. Even though Ohio State has pulled ahead, this is definitely not out of the question for Michigan. And like we've seen throughout today and yesterday, you know, the leads can definitely change. So
yeah, we only saw one comeback win yesterday. It was Notre Dame's second half explosion against Indiana, capped off by a walk-off try. So Michigan going to have to become the second team to do so. It's a good kick. Stays near the sidelines and recovered by a banged-up Ohio State player. Maybe Steele Matthews the one battling for it, and he's got everyone hovering over him as he looks like he's in pain. Clock stops with 5:55 to play as Matthews gets attended to over by his sideline.
We'll resume play with the
Clock
scrum.
resumes as Matthews gets help getting off the field, does eventually make it there. So a scrum coming up for Ohio State as they now dip into their bench a little bit. They lose it right away. Michigan takes it, and they're instantly right at the 5. Room out to the left, cutback move, and down for the try. Michigan with the huge first score of the second half, and they pull right back into it, 14-10, with a conversion upcoming.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good effort by the Michigan forwards, getting a good push off that scrum and being able to get the ball out in due time. And then from there, the Buckeyes playing catch up on defense, but little too late, and Michigan able to go in for the try.
No good on the conversion. So we haven't seen a kick for points yet in this tournament. None yesterday, none in the brief action today. So probably won't be seeing one here either, unless, at least by Michigan that is, as they still trail by at least a try, down 4 points. If that conversion had gone in, you'd think they'd at least consider going for the 3 to take the lead, but especially as the clock winds down, but not to be, as the conversion is no good. The kick is fielded perfectly. What a play. Armin Vartanian takes it, offloads, and Michigan takes the lead. In the blink of an eye, Shea Loughnane downs it in the try zone, and the Wolverines lead by 1.
Yeah, like I said, you're not really out of it until the game ends. That was an excellent, excellent controlled kick by Michigan, placing it exactly where they wanted, away from Ohio State receivers, and then, again, getting a good chase on it as well to bring it in for the try. And some unselfish play, too, at the end with the offload.
Yeah, good work as Vartanian sets up Loughnane for the score, the go-ahead score. 10 straight points to open the half by the Wolverines, now 12 after the good conversion. So just like that, Michigan has come out flying. And they take a 3-point lead with 3.5 to play. Still plenty of time, but now Ohio State needing another try. And without Steele Matthews, one of their key contributors, might be a little bit more difficult as well, as he has not returned to the game. It's another good kick up in the air. Juggled but brought in by the Buckeyes. So good job by them to maintain that after it looked like a little bit of a frantic play. And it's thrown into touch. Errant pass out of bounds. And a line out coming up. Michigan catches a break, and let's see if they can take advantage.
Yeah, and right there you saw Ohio State trying to swing the other way and get the ball out into space. That was the right idea, just not so great execution, leading to the Michigan line out now.
Yeah, it was Connor McKenna whose offload just went too high for its intended target. Well executed line out for the Wolverines, and one fake pass and a gap up the middle. Another try for Loughnane.
Just a matter of finding the space. Michigan extends their lead after coming from behind.
17 straight second half points for the Wolverines. Looking to become just the second team this weekend to complete a second half comeback.
Come on, Buckeyes!
Wolverines in no rush to get this conversion. Ounsley will do the honors at his leisure. And he boots it through. So a 10-point spread now. Michigan in front. If this result were to hold, the Wolverines would play the Fighting Irish at 12:40 this afternoon, and Ohio State would become the 6th seed, next playing at 1:20. That would make Purdue the 5 seed. Of course, this game's still not over yet. A lot of chance still for Ohio State, but they need the kick. They need to score quick. They do need 2.
And we've seen it again with Illinois nearly coming back against the Irish, putting up 22 unanswered in just a few minutes.
So yeah, good shout. A lot of time left, but Ohio State needs one quick. Mason looking for help.
Michigan
Finds it.
very early on the launch. Look how they're taking up the space.
Turnover. Michigan steals and then forces the penalty. So huge play by the Michigan defense. And they're going to turn it into another score. 4th score of the half. The Wolverines running away with it. They're headed to the Final Four.
And right there by Michigan again, if you just looked at their defense, the way they were pushing upwards, taking up the space, forcing Ohio State into sort of an unstructured, uncomfortable attack. They didn't have much of an organized line, and of course Michigan, as you just saw, was able to capitalize off of that, turn it into points, and push their lead even further. It's now 29-14, and with the kick, it goes to 31-14 for the final score.
The ref blows his final whistle. As you mentioned, final score, Michigan 31, Ohio State 14. The Wolverines are playing in the top playoff bracket here today. Ohio State, the 6th seed as it ends up. Good effort from them, but just didn't have it in the second half when Michigan was forming that comeback. We're going to take a long break before we get set for the playoffs. Coming up next at 12 p.m., Michigan State and Illinois facing off as the playoffs get underway. So a lot of good action to come in just over half an hour. Stay right with us. We'll be back at noon for some more rugby action on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
See you next weekend.
Welcome back after a late morning break. We are back as we get set for the playoffs in the Big Ten Rugby Sevens Championship weekend here at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. I'm Charlie Morris, joined by my partner Claire DeMeo, Nick Ruthraff, and Sam Ohaj behind the scenes, doing great work as always. As you get a look on your screen at the upcoming schedule for the 5th place bracket, 12 p.m. start between Michigan State and Illinois. That's about set to get underway. Coming up after that, Wisconsin and Iowa will face off against each other. Winners of those games move on to play Ohio State and Purdue respectively, and keep winning, keep moving on, and eventually we'll get a 5th place team, and all the other ranks will come into place from there. So a lot of action still to come. In that side of the bracket, of course, sprinkled in there and concluding our day will be the top 4 teams who are fighting for 1st place overall and the championship, but that's coming a little bit later. Right now we get our play-in games between Michigan State and Illinois, which are just about set to get underway, and then Wisconsin and Iowa to follow. Claire, what are you looking for today in this game between the Illini and Michigan State? Can the Spartans defense find a way to get some stops?
Yeah, Michigan State obviously looking for their first win of the tournament still. They already went against each other yesterday in the head-to-head, Illinois taking that game 26-12. So Michigan State, again, had some struggles defensively, but I'd really like to see them come out here and, again, work as a unit, launch up together as a one cohesive defensive line and try to mitigate some of the breakthroughs.
Here's a kick play by Illinois right off the bat. Still free. Kicked again, and now a whistle blows as Illinois tried for a quick strike at the beginning of the half, but it was well defended on the back pressure by Michigan State.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the Illini, just knocked on, so that'll set up the first scrum of this playoff series. This one going to the Spartans.
Spartan scrum, they recover it instantly. Trying to move left to right across the field. And they turn it over. Illinois retakes possession. They've had possession for a good portion of the first minute and 20 or so of the game. Errant offload bounces around. They battle for it, and it's jumped on. But the Illini had been playing with advantage anyway, so they will reset and go back to the spot of the penalty.
So right away, some early mistakes. Both teams trading some knock-ons, but that'll allow a set play to be run here for the Illini. Hopefully they can get some attack going.
And they do successfully retrieve it from the scrum. Offload just barely gathered in. Now a cross field run in open grass, and the first try of the game belongs to the Illini, as once again Michigan State looking porous on the defense as just a straight run gets through and gets in for 5 points for the Illini.
Yeah, again, the Illini finding the gaps in the Michigan State defense and attacking that to get through for the try. Excellent play there done by the Illini, but the Spartans again need to be able to try and close those gaps. Again, if players start to break through, they have to put some sweepers in to try and take a good angle to try and stop those attacks.
Successful conversion makes it 7-0. Illinois off to a hot start. Good kick towards the touchline. It will end up going into touch. Decent attempt there, but barely does go out of bounds. Again, after this game, Wisconsin takes on Iowa. Winner of this game and the winner of that game move on to play Ohio State and Purdue in the next round of this 5th place bracket. Between that, though, Notre Dame and Michigan, Penn State versus Indiana, those two the semifinals of the winners bracket. And then a bunch of different games between then and the eventual finals at 3:10 p.m. here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, as Robbie Smith, who's been doing it all for Michigan State this weekend, does it again. A long try run all the way into the try zone from his own half, and the Spartans are on the board.
Yeah, an impressive run right there by the Spartans, getting to the outside. They were being squeezed by the defense, but again, finding a lane and getting right through to run it all the way to the try zone. Didn't look like there was going to be much there, but they come away with a try. So it is now 5-7 here at Stinson.
And a conversion
7-7.
attempt upcoming, and it's good. Tie game. So a good response by Michigan State. Again, as you mentioned, Claire, looking for their first win of the tournament. See if they can get it done in their first playoff game. Illinois 1-3 right now. Coming off that 22-point near comeback against Notre Dame, certainly showed some fight in that game, something that they can definitely take as momentum into this battle.
Yeah, definitely. Again, the Illini struggled early against Notre Dame, almost pulled off the comeback as they start to make a break along the wing.
Missed tackle and one offload, but a good backtrack by Michigan State. Nice pass. Cutback move, and after all that, Illinois is in. Lots of good on that play from Illinois, passing the ball well and eventually scoring to retake the lead.
Absolutely, you could see the way that they were playing unselfishly, trying to find the offload, the man to extend the drive. So excellent team effort there. Once one man breaks the line, you have the support with you, and that's what it takes to get the try.
Conversion is up and knocked down by the wind a little bit, so it's no good. Just a minute to play in half number one. Illinois with 2 tries, up 12-7. Michigan State still succeeding a lot of points, as they have all tournament with a tournament high 140 points against in 4 games coming into this match. Again, Robbie Smith with the try in the game for the Spartans. They do have some other guys who have been showing signs of life on offense. It's just a matter of keeping it out of their own try zone is something they've really struggled with throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, and again, Michigan State, on that last drive, their attack was just not set up to the depth that they probably needed. This time they did, but unfortunately they're just called for the not releasing, so the Illini will get the ball back.
Broken tackle. Still on his feet and down inside the 22. Near the top of the yellow soccer box. Obviously irrelevant today, but somewhere in there between the 22 and the 5-meter lines. Illinois into touch, but they had been playing with advantage. They will tap and go. No time on the clock here in the first half. Illinois looking to add some insurance before the half ends, and they will. Great passing right to left. The Illini strike again. Now finally down in the try zone, slightly more centralized, and it's a 17-point first half for Illinois.
Yeah, and Illinois saw the overload and took advantage of that. Michigan State, again, leaving the wing unguarded. There was no one there to stop that last pass out on the outside. So, again, positioning is a key to the Spartans if they want to stop the bleeding here in the second half.
And we saw in our last game about an hour ago a big second half comeback by the Michigan Wolverines to clinch their spot in the first place bracket. Conversion is no good, so we'll go to halftime. 10-point lead for Illinois. 3 tries in the half for the Illini. They lead by 10. Teams retake the field in preparation for half number 2. 7 minutes remaining in this one. Win and advance to the next round of the 5th place bracket. The loser will be out and will only play one more game scheduled for 2 p.m. It'll be Illinois kicking it away towards the Spartans. Michigan State, yesterday we saw them come out pretty strong in the second half of a couple games with some quick tries, but that's going to be tough to replicate, as a beautiful kick by the Illini, and they take possession as that one just barely made it far enough and right into the hands of a teammate. So Michigan State instantly forced to play defense again. Ball is dropped, and it is called a knock-on, even though the ball barely moved forward, if at all. It looked like it bounced backward, and that's what the Illinois player was arguing, but he's going to lose that argument. So a scrum upcoming for the Spartans.
You gotta start the clock.
Fed through and retrieved by Matt Onufrau. Gives it to Smith, trying to break free. Unable to do so, but still a powerful run. Caleb Drenner will hand it off. So will Miles Bell. Bell has it back. Drenner again, fakes to his left. Tries to stiff arm. Spins. Still on his feet, finally dragged down. Manages to get it away before he can be called for not releasing. Counter ruck by Illinois. Does not work. Looked like Sampaio was moving, but no support. As you can see, very patient on offense right now. Smith work towards the right sideline. Bulldozes a man, and he's in the open field. Being caught from behind and taken down. What a great pursuit. And a penalty called for not releasing against Michigan State. So a huge play there by the Illini, as it looked like Smith may have a lane to the tri-zone.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive stop for the Illini.
And speaking of a lane to the tri-zone, Illinois strikes again. A huge turning point. They turn defense into offense into 22 points.
And right there again, just so unfortunate for Michigan State. They had the break there, just got caught up and then not releasing the ball. They'll get called for that every time. So the Illini, with their opportunity, took it and literally ran with it.
That was number 6 in orange with another try run. He's been one of Illinois' best players throughout the tournament. Conversion is up and through for the extra 2, so 24-7, 17-point spread now. Illinois in control of this one. They've now scored 46 points and given up just 7 since falling behind 26-0 to Notre Dame in the second half of their last game. So certainly very hot heading into the 5th place bracket. Maybe an underrated team, someone who can knock off a Purdue or knock off an Ohio State. Unofficially 4.5 minutes to go in the game. Illinois will kick it away. It's a much deeper kick. Spartans will receive. Gathered in by Marco Sindoni.
Again, the thing I'm noticing, the backs for Michigan State aren't quite set up with as much depth and as much room as possible. And right there, when you have the defense in your face like that, another turnover is pretty likely, as we just saw.
Yeah, Michigan State not careful with the ball. Just now able to execute the tackle. Illinois pressing on the offense. Now moving towards the left side and finding a gap past the backs and into the tri-zone again. The Illini are pouring it on in South Bend.
So the Illini go up. It is now 29-7 with the kick on the way. But yeah, just very unfortunate for Michigan State. Just unfortunately killed by the penalties. they've had some really good flashes of attack, but again, those efforts had just been brought back due to those miscues. So cleaning it up, especially on the not releasing penalties, that'll serve them well going forward.
Kick is up and through. 24 points now the lead for the Illini. Unofficially 2:40 to play in the game. Illinois kicking it away. They've had good success in this game, retrieving their own kicks. This one a little bit more line drive, and it's actually brought back. The referee did not like what he saw, so a free kick coming and a top and go for the Spartans. Lucas Ring decides to go to his right. Bell. Now it's juggled and dropped by Geronimo Balesti. Illinois almost broke through, but they'll be called back.
So another scrum here for the Illini as they feed it through. Michigan State early on it, and they get it.
Well done by the Spartans. There's Bell offloading it, and another knock on. Sloppy from Michigan State. Normally a pretty controlled offensive team, but nothing going right for them in this half. 19 straight points for Illinois in the half. We've played unofficially 6 minutes. Get another opportunity, perhaps. Sure tackle. Player stays on his feet, now dishes it off to his left. And backpedaling in for another try before centering it and grounding it are the Illini, their 36th points of the game.
Yeah, Illinois just absolutely running away with this one. Unfortunately, the concerns on Michigan State's defense rather remain, just being out of position, and again, it's really showing for the Illini. They can definitely see the gaps and use them to put points on the board. So they extend their lead with about 20 seconds remaining in this match. Conversion kick is on the way and through. So they go up 38-7.
So yeah, big lead for Illinois, looking for their biggest win of the weekend. Clock continues to tick down to the conclusion of this one. Illinois will probably have to kick it away one more time. And it will not go quite far enough. So that had a lot of backspin on it. Again, after this game, Wisconsin and Iowa, second play-in game. And after that, semifinal action. Notre Dame and Michigan, Penn State and Indiana. The two winners go on to the finals. Of course, Penn State and Indiana, the finalists last year. Certainly an exciting semifinal to look forward to, but we will have at least one new finalist. Whether it be the Irish or the Wolverines, Illinois will grab it, kick it into touch, and secure a 38-7 win and move on in the 5th place bracket. A dominant effort by the Illini today.
Yeah, absolutely. They look as confident as they've ever been throughout this tournament, and again, notching their final win for today. An excellent effort on both sides of the ball for the Illini, and they definitely take this one forward with them.
Yeah, their next game will now occur at 1:20, taking on Ohio State. Michigan State's next game at 2. We're going to take a very short break as the next game gets set to go. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Second game of the 5th place bracket play-in. About set to get started. Wisconsin will kick it away to the Iowa Hawkeyes. Both these teams picked up, or excuse me, Wisconsin picked up 1 win. Iowa still looking for their first despite some strong efforts in losing scores for the Hawkeyes.
Right away, a knock-on for the Hawkeyes. We'll send this into a scrum for the Badgers.
Yeah, Wisconsin put up a good effort in their last game, eventually falling to Penn State by just 7. Iowa's closest loss, a 24-19 decision to Ohio State. Ohio State, of course, as it stands, set to face Illinois, the winner of our last game. Winner of this gets Purdue. Purdue has looked good, and you know who else has looked good is Harris Eric, and he scores again.
Yeah,
Wisconsin speedster is on the board early.
Definitely showing the speed very early into this match. As you said, had a heck of a game in their last pool match earlier today. And so, again, just laying it on one more time to open up the scoring.
Conversions through, so add another 7 on the board for the Badgers.
Penn State sounds good. Yeah.
7-0 Wisconsin. That took just about a minute. We saw a lot of early half scores yesterday, Claire, but less so today, and that may have been the first of the day, perhaps. Definitely the first of the playoffs where we see a team strike that early in a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you'll see a lot of adjustments from yesterday's play and even this morning to now. It's a completely different atmosphere because it's the playoffs. It's kind of a win or go home type of situation. So both teams aware, both teams having that in their mind, and so they're playing with the type of intensity to match the moment.
Line out coming up after the kickoff. Or actually maybe a scrum perhaps over by the side. No, it will be a line out. Like Eric was unsure as to what it would be. It's stolen by the Hawkeyes off the throw in. Moving left to right, trying to find gaps in this Wisconsin defense. Wisconsin did a great job on defense in their last game against Penn State. There's Tyler Jerva trying to break through, hands it off to his friend Drew Snyder. El Butare down the side, trying to stay in bounds. Just barely they do for now. Wisconsin, of course, trying to force them out, and actually they force a turnover. Well, it's bouncing, gathered in a big hit right away.
A little stiff arm action right there.
Wisconsin takes it back, deep in their own territory. Aggressive Iowa defense right now, trying to force that turnover in good position on the field. And they do. Throwing it back. Now they're about midfield. Getting the attack going are the Hawkeyes. El Butare finally wrestled down, rescued by Alex Elfin. Quick little handoff play nearly works. Now a flip from Stanley to his teammate, and rushing towards the try line and dropping it is Elfin. It popped out of his possession at the last second for a knock-on.
And that is just so unfortunate, so unlucky for Iowa. They were on the doorstep. They were so nearly there, and what a defensive effort by the Badgers, again, using the speed, catching up, and trying to knock that one loose.
Yeah, and guess who? None other than Harris Eric, number 13 in red, is all over the field right now, and always pretty much. Getting that back pressure, forcing that knock-on. Just a brilliant play from him, and forcing that play. What a brilliant job on the back pressure. This time, though, he throws it away, but it's picked up. What a play by the Badgers down the right sideline. And speed again. This Wisconsin team is very fast, and they're going to take it all the way for their second try. Down in the try zone by McLean Craig.
What an effort on both sides of the ball for Wisconsin. Again, they save a try at the last second, and then what do you know? They respond with one of their own.
1:30 to go in the half, and that was about as long a try run as you can have from McLean Craig, the sophomore out of Philadelphia. Left-footed boot is through from Carter Bell. 2 more points on the board. 14-0 Badgers take the lead. 2 long, impressive try runs. One by Harris Eric and one by McLean Craig. Under a minute to play now. Bell kicks it away towards the touchline. It will bounce, and it will go out of bounds for a line out. And winner of this game next plays at 1:40 p.m. here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We'll still be here for that one. We hope you are as well. Purdue, the opponent. Purdue, the 5th seed overall, just barely missing the cut. The odds-on favorite at the moment to win the 5th place bracket, but not if one of these teams has something to say about it. Iowa tries a similar play to how they scored their try. This time Wisconsin reads it much better. Likely the last possession of the half. Jack Cantorno was swung down. El Butari takes it and runs with it, bouncing off a hit. Gives it off. Great offload to Jerva. El Butari again. Spin move from the big man. And it's dropped by his teammate. What an effort from Abdullah El Butari, the senior out of Harris, Iowa. Just an unbelievable individual effort, but it comes up short on the knock-on, and that's going to do it for the first half. 14-0 Wisconsin leads over Iowa. We'll be right back for half number 2. Welcome back. Iowa trailing by 14 to Wisconsin in the second of 2 play-in games for the 5th place bracket. Hawkeyes needing a big second half comeback against the Badgers, who have gotten 2 long try runs. Craig and Eric responsible, both speedsters. Kick is up, it's pretty good. Takes a high bounce, and it's knocked in bounds, but forward. So a knock on. Whistled. Good effort from the flank over there of the Hawkeyes, but again, unfortunately for him, knocked it forward. So Wisconsin takes over possession. Goes for the scrum. 14-0. Wisconsin leads. Winner moves on to play Purdue. Loser goes on to play Michigan State at 2. Every team guaranteed 2 playoff games today. A couple of them in this 5th place bracket will end up playing 3. Wisconsin thought about it. Zach Cam may have had a lane. Eric breaks free again, and don't even bother chasing him. Look at him go. Eric's got his 2nd try of the game. And Wisconsin adds to their lead.
Yeah, and as a defense, it's tough to contain someone so speedy, you know? And so, again, just dropping back, if you can't put people up in front to close the gaps, you need to have someone in the backfield to try and take an angle and cut off his line. Otherwise, as you saw, he is definitely gone. So well done to the Badgers for extending their lead, finding the gap, and giving it to their guy that they know can make a play.
And that's Harris Eric, and he comes out for his substitution, getting hugs from all of his coaches and teammates on the sideline, knowing what he's done so far today, getting him rested for their next game against Purdue. Definitely a potential upset there, as Purdue has been playing a lot of close games this weekend, both in wins and losses. So if you let a team like Wisconsin hang around, you never know when all of a sudden they could get a guy like Harris Eric just breaking free for a long try run out of absolutely nowhere, like we've seen him do 2 times already in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when you know that you can get him the ball and have him run it all the way, you're going to try and create those opportunities for him to fly. So again, getting him the ball in space, and he doesn't even need that much space. He can just really go through the gaps, and it's tough to stop. But again, Iowa has to make an effort to try and have someone on the wing drop back, help out their sweeper, and try and cut off those lines.
And just when it looked like the Badgers might be adding to their lead, the whistle had blown. Penalty for the Hawkeyes. Under 4 to play. Iowa goes for a substitution. Heading off the field is Alec Elfin, who nearly had a try early on before he was chased down from behind and ended up knocking it on. So certainly both teams starting to get into their bench, knowing that they still have more action to play today. Want to keep the starters fresh as best as possible. Of course, a 19-0 game with just over 3 minutes remaining. Very difficult to make a comeback in. Hawkeyes trying to do just that. Tanner Tews is taken down. Kane Zemo just into the game. His knock-on is stolen away. Forward pass. Nearly a great play by Carter Bell. But the referee rules that it was slightly forward, and certainly looked like that was the case.
Yeah, unfortunately there, just not enough depth on the back line. Those backs, not too much space again, making that kind of diagonal direction and then running onto the ball. So unfortunately for the Badgers, forward pass called there, right on the doorstep, but Iowa has an opportunity. And it'll be taken away.
Yeah, taken away is right. Wisconsin steals instantly. They try to kick it to the try zone, down it. And what halfway is? It was touched by an Iowa player before being down for the try, but no signal of such So it looked like maybe one team playing with advantage. Actually, this is a free kick from the 22. And that kick goes into touch. So a line out forthcoming is look like Iowa maybe dodged a bullet there, as had to have last man back to prevent the try. 1:30 to go. We've already seen today Illinois destroy Michigan State in the first playoff game. We had some great action in the round robin format, specifically Indiana and Purdue, a one possession spread in their semifinal game. Indiana advancing to face Penn State via their win. Purdue drops to the 5 seed. Looking like our second straight rather lopsided playoff contest, unless Iowa can find a way to get on the board in the final 50 seconds.
Yeah, not super out of the question. We know and we've seen how teams can lay on the points, especially in the waning minutes, but here's a break for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, Iowa will indeed get on the board. Ran in for the try by Renheimer. Doing a lot of good work on the offense for Iowa during this tournament, yesterday and now today. So the Hawkeyes do get on the board, cutting the deficit to 14. But time continues to tick on them. The clock not their friend with under 10 seconds to go, and one kick into touch will just about wrap this one up. Morat Leggy finds a teammate. Stanley went up for it. They battle for it. Picked up by Zemo. He's tackled from the ground by Wisconsin's Jackson Trotter. We saw him get hurt yesterday, so good to see him back in there. Twos on the right side, powering through, rumbling. Zemo trying to shake off a hit. Dragged down by his ankle. Andrew. Sorry, that one's flipped into the hands of Daniel Ports. Finds a man. That being Zemo. On the left side, Stanley now, who started this whole offensive possession by winning the kickoff, breaks one tackle, breaks two tackles, and scores.
He spun in for that try, an excellent effort, refusing to go down right as time ticks down to 0. It'll be
the Purdue, a lot of Purdue representation in the stands, and they were pretty happily cheering as just watching good rugby unfold, as the Hawkeyes do get that extra 5 points to make it a respectable final of 19-10. They will try a conversion for 2 points from a almost impossible angle. We'll see if Ports can find a way. Not quite. Nonetheless, final score, Wisconsin advances. They will play Purdue. Iowa puts up a good fight but falls short. They go on to play Michigan State. As the Purdue Boilermakers team leaves the bleachers right to my right, they again were very happily cheering for that final try by Iowa. A great show of rugby on the run-in. Again, Stanley, who started that play by retrieving the kick from Molat Leggy. Right now, we're getting into the semifinals, as all of the rest of the game's actions are set until our next break. Notre Dame and Michigan coming up right about now. Notre Dame in white, Michigan in navy. Michigan with the yellow numbers, Notre Dame with the navy numbers and shorts. Michigan in their all blue. So the referees get set. We're going to stay here as it's already slightly delayed kickoff time. Supposed to be for 12:40. But that long offensive possession by Iowa at the end of last game causing us to be a couple minutes behind schedule, but nothing to be concerned of yet. Referees start to take their places. Big game here. Notre Dame clinching the first seed in Pool A despite a slight struggle in their final win, turning a 26-point lead into a 4-point victory. That was against Illinois earlier this morning. Notre Dame also barely scraping by against Indiana and Purdue, 2 wins by 5 points to counter their big win against Michigan State. On the other side, Michigan, a huge second half effort against the Ohio State Buckeyes, trailing going into halftime 14-5, ended up winning 31-14 with 26 unanswered points in half number 2. They come into the game with actually a better point differential despite a worse record, so it should be a great game as we're just about set to get underway. Michigan will kick it off first. Notre Dame a little bit passive, ready to receive from giving a little bit of ground right at the 10-meter line, so you'd expect their forwards to have to rush up if Michigan were to try a short bouncing kick. Kick is up. Clock has began. First semifinal game of the Final Four underway. Irish start with possession. Couple moves and maybe some space. Good tackle as it looked like Notre Dame might get an early try right away, but well defended by the Wolverines in the end. Offload just barely gathered in. Teza, good work to receive that. Notre Dame reestablishes their offense. Barnes out to the wing. McKenzie trying to break free. Wrestled down by 3 blue jerseys. And Michigan, now the ref goes down. Notre Dame still in possession of the ball. Trying to find holes in this Michigan defense. Finally advancing it somewhat. Spinning down is Artis.
Michigan trying to go for the poach there. Notre Dame a little risky leaving those rucks unprotected.
Offload to the far left side, maybe space for Teza. Tries to stiff arm. Good work by Luke Zanna to stay with him and wrestle him down. Barnes off to Packard with a fake. He's tackled. Michigan really strong defense right now.
Tackle's not called by the referee.
Barnes grabs it out of the ruck to Bowman. We get a whistle in our first penalty of the game. This one's against Michigan, so Notre Dame's long offensive possession will continue. They've really done well to move basically the length of the field, now just about 25, 26 meters away. Tap and go for Barnes. Packard. McKenzie considers. Fakes right, goes left, spins off a hit. Spins off another hit. Inside the 22. Out to left, Teza. Can he break free? He can. Notre Dame is going to strike first. They just wore down the Wolverines' defense, and they're on the board first.
Yeah, again, off those Michigan miscues that really set them back, put Notre Dame into good field position, and from there, all they had to do was take it phase by phase, some strong runs, finding the gap, and going right through for the try.
And it was down very centrally in the try zone, so that's going to give Artis a much easier conversion attempt. Lines it up and boots it through without a doubt. 7-0 Irish lead. They turn the receiving the opening kickoff into a long offensive possession and eventually just wore down the Wolverines' defense.
Steal the kick.
Couple nice tackles by Michigan on that sequence, but just better offense by the Irish.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the Irish, they have a lot of strength, especially on the wings. So if they can get the ball to the outside, they can mother in another try.
Okay, still the ball in the try zone.
Halfway through the first half and only one offensive possession to speak of. A giant one at that. Zana receives the kickoff deep in his own side. Michigan now moving towards the left. Ownsley offloads it. Another one all the way out to the wing. Good tackle. Michigan gaining some good ground there. They'll try again. Solo effort. Couple fakes. Ownsley now finally gives it up. Zana. McKenzie on him. Takes him down. And now some room right up the middle. Matt Daines is going to go for the game, for the try.
And right there again, Teza was turned the other way, didn't see the man run right behind him, and by the time he turned around, it was too late. Michigan off to the races. They put their first points on the board. 7-5 here with the kick on the way to try and notch the tie.
Yeah, Joe Ownsley will do the honors from right down the middle. Looking to make it 7-7. And he will. A little bit of a line drive kick, but good enough. It's a tie game with just over 2 minutes to play. Both teams with very strong offensive possessions to open up this match. The Irish make a couple substitutions. Barnes off, Graham in. Patrick Jennings also into the game for the Irish. Ownsley's kick, Irish control. McKenzie surrounded by Wolverines. McKenzie goes down. It's a battle for it on the ruck, and the Wolverines take it. Out to the wing, bobbled and corralled by Ownsley, scores.
And Michigan now showing their speed on the outside. Again, Notre Dame caught out of position on the wing. Just enough room for Michigan to get that pass out and in for the try. Bit of a tough conversion kick, but they go up 7-12. If they can get this, it'll go to 14. But again, bit of a steep angle for the Wolverines as they try and kick this one through.
Waning seconds of half number one, and we knew this would be a close game. Notre Dame showing signs of vulnerability despite being 4-0. Michigan showing who they really were in the second half of their game against Ohio State. Ownsley, who scored the try, will try the conversion kick. It's got good leg, but it's wide left. 5-point spread, 12-7. Wolverines lead. Set to kick it away. One last possession of the half. It'll go to Notre Dame.
And Notre Dame looks pretty strong on the attack. Again, just mitigating some of those mistakes. And then, again, they have a lot of people that can run, that can make breaks. And so it's a matter of getting the ball into their hands.
Couple Irish collide. And Michigan comes away with possession. So a mistake on the kickoff. Notre Dame now having to play defense. Can the Wolverines add on? Irish do take it away momentarily. They go to the ground. Kenzie, every time he touches the ball, he is instantly surrounded. No different there.
Penalty for Notre Dame. Not releasing.
Not releasing called against Michigan. Kicked along. Andrew Packer trying to get there. Impeded with a little bit. And And the ball is kicked into touch. That'll do it for half number 1. Michigan takes a 5-point lead into the break against Notre Dame, looking for the upset victory and a chance to play for the Big Ten title. Halftime in South Bend, 12-7. Notre Dame trails by 5 after 7 minutes of play in their semifinal game against the Wolverines, who are set to receive the second half kickoff. Winner of this game will play next in the finals at 3:10, and if the winner of this game were to win their next one, they would be crowned Big Ten Sevens champion for 2024. So only 2 wins away for these two clubs. Kick goes into touch. Line out coming up for Michigan, well inside their own 22. So bad field position for the Wolverines, but possession nonetheless, and leading in the second half. Possession may be all they need.
Yeah, I mean, they've built themselves up a 1-score lead, but we've seen how those things have the potential to dissipate. But equally, they've had the chance to grow too, so it really just depends on, again, who can lock in on defense and really start to make the right decisions on offense in terms of creating an attack.
Clean line out sets up a quick moving offensive possession going horizontally. Ball is free.
Looks like Notre Dame will be called for the offsides.
First penalty against the Irish in this one. Called for another penalty. Michigan player down.
Not rolling away, called for Notre Dame, backing them up all the way to midfield.
Michigan currently playing with 6, but a broken ankle. What a move, and Ounsley's gonna go. Short-handed try.
Yeah, Michigan, unfortunately, down a player because of injury right now, but they managed to break the line. An incredibly sweet move by the runner, and just, again, running away with this one so far. They put up another 5 points with the opportunity for a more central kick.
Certainly big conversion attempt coming up for the Wolverines, taking their time. Why not? Still one player injured. Can't quite tell who it is. Someone in blue. They just now get to their feet. It's number 9, Shea Lockney. He's a junior out of Westwood, Massachusetts. Walks off on his own power with a large limp. Conversion is good on the other side. So a 12-point lead now for Michigan. They continue to be very strong in the second half, as they showed in their last game against Ohio State. In fact, since trailing that game 14-5, they've scored 45 unanswered points, or 45 points, and Ohio State could not add any, and Notre Dame with only 7. So they've scored 45 of the last 52 points in their games. Quite an unbelievable number for them. Of course, fell behind 7-0 in this one, but have since scored 19 straight. Packard gets hit immediately upon receiving the kick, and he loses it.
Michigan poaches that ruck. Notre Dame again sealing those rucks were an issue in the first half, and Michigan just stealing another one away in great field position too, inside the 22.
Throw it back. Newly into the game is Tommy Hammond. A little bit of room down the middle. Zana trying to get there. He's inside the 5. Notre Dame steals it though, a huge play. As if Michigan had scored, that was going to be almost impossible to come back from, but instead, it's spaced down the right side, John Barnes. But we had a whistle blown. Maybe a forward pass, as it looked like it was on the verge of sideways and forwards, and over the sound of the crowd, tough to hear the ref's whistle, but it did blow.
And so it looks like possession will return to Michigan. They get a break there.
Huge break for the Wolverines, and they will certainly take it. Tough to tell if that pass was actually forward or not. Certainly looked like it may have been, watching it again. So maybe a good call by the official, much to the chagrin of the local crowd in attendance. Clock stopped with 2:38 to play.
So Michigan here with another opportunity off the scrum. Notre Dame is going to have to give a big push to recover this ball, because Michigan inside the 22, they're nearing the doorstep.
Now you mentioned that the scrum moves a bit to get inside that 22-meter line. Well executed by the Wolverines out of the scrum. Connor McNabney into the game. Off to the right side, and Hammond is going to go, and he's going to score, and Michigan 24 straight points.
And
they take a 17-point lead.
That right there is what happens when you leave the wing unguarded. Just 1-2 steps outwards, and he is through the side into the try zone. An empty path for him, and Michigan goes up by another score. It is now 24-7 here at Stinson. Michigan absolutely handing it to the Irish right now. And another kick on the way.
Yeah, you go back to that forward pass call, watching the replay. Again, it looked like it was close. You definitely could have called it either way, but tough to argue with ruling it a forward pass. Again, if you want to watch the replay yourself, just track back on your YouTube stream, and you can see for yourself what you think. It certainly was a close call, but watching it again, got to give it to the ref, who had the best vantage point on the field right next to the play, and decided that it was a forward pass. And that was the difference really between a Notre Dame try to cut the deficit to 1, and now Michigan with a 3-try lead. Notre Dame needs something. They need it quick. Barnes trying to spin out from a hit. You just go back. If Notre Dame is unable to make this comeback, you think about all the turnovers they've made, all the scrums that Michigan was able to poach, as there's another mistake and a knock-on.
Yeah, another knock-on committed by the Irish. Their backs were set up quite deep, and I guess just a little bit too deep. Couldn't quite catch the ball at pace. And so another miscue for the Irish sets up a scrum to Michigan, again in good field position for the Wolverines.
Under 30 seconds to go, and a 17-point difference. Michigan came into the game with a very strong points differential, actually the third best. Penn State at number 1, Indiana at number 2. Those two teams are our next game. Michigan came in with a plus 45 mark, and they're going to increase that again with this win over the hometown Irish here. Space down the right wing, and breaking a tackle and running free is Josh Bryan. Bryan just one man to beat, and he rolls in for the try. So Notre Dame scores again to cut the deficit to 12 as time has expired. Michigan will move on after a great victory in the semifinals.
And credit to Michigan. I mean, their defender took the right angle to try and get that tackle, but unfortunately just shaken off, so missing that one, letting the runner break loose. But then if you saw the chase of Notre Dame trying to go down on the wing, in Michigan applying the pressure all the way through, setting up what seems to be a steeper conversion kick. So again, great effort all the way through.
Artis' kick just a formality now, and it's doesn't hit it as he wants. So final score 24-12. The Wolverines come away with the road victory to move on to the finals. Notre Dame will play for third against the loser of this game, as the winner will also move on to that finals. Penn State in their navy uniforms. They were in white yesterday, but wearing black, is Indiana. So a good match coming up right after this quick break. Michigan going to the finals. See who they play right next.
Now on the field is Penn State and Indiana University playing for their semi-final match.
Second semifinal loading next. 14 minutes separating these two teams from a date with Michigan for a chance to win the Big Ten tournament. Penn State, the winners last year, looking to repeat as champions. Indiana, the losers in the finals last year, looking to avenge for their defeat in 2023. And they'll get a chance to against the same opponent here in the semifinals of 2024. The referees sort out who's where. Winner of this game will take on the Wolverines at 3:10 here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. That is our last game of the day, last game of the weekend, last game of the tournament, last game of the season. So really, players are going to leave it all out on the line today, as this is the end of the 2023-24 rugby year, capping off with some excellent 7-on-7 action in the spring. Ball bounces through the hands of the Hoosiers, and Penn State already inside the 5. Starting their starters again after resting them in their first game of the day. Tripping and falling for the Nittany Lions was John Gatherer. He had a yellow card in his last game. Knock on ruled, so good work by the Indiana defense getting a stop and forcing a turnover.
So IU's defense already coming through early in this match, and that's going to be a major key. Again, they dropped one earlier the game to Notre Dame on that walk-off, and then they had a close one against Purdue earlier today. Penn State has been a team that has looked extremely dominant throughout this tournament, so again, it's going to be a tough matchup for both teams.
Yeah, again, a rematch of last year's championship game. Certainly you're looking at a Penn State team that has dominated this entire tournament and an Indiana team which has suffered one tough loss to Notre Dame, but other than that, have looked very strong. Penn State forces the ball into touch, forces the turnover. Treister hands it off. Nick Masterson plugging along. Couple players still battling for it. Rowdy Bush to his teammate Aiden King. Musselman to the weak side, gathered in. Penn State strikes first. Nick Bruno to try, and the Nittany Lions take a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, the Lions, again, they are good at not only keeping position, finding the space, but then making opportunities, and that's exactly what they did. Finding the gap on the wing, going right in, quick pass out to the try zone. This conversion will also be from a far angle.
Yeah, but if anyone can make it, it's Dalton Musselman.
And it looks like,
No good.
yeah, no good.
Had the leg, but couldn't quite get it between the uprights from the severe angle. 5-0 Nittany Lions lead. Couple turnovers by both teams early on, but it was Penn State who started the offense, getting inside the 5 on their first possession before losing it. And then they took their second possession and capitalized. So now they'll kick it away, which, again, for this Nittany Lions team is hardly a disadvantage, as Musselman's looping kick is up. It's about the same time instance as last. Basically went to the same spot. Indiana tried the same play, and they lose it in the same way. Penn State's gonna score again. Another try for the Nittany Lions as they're off to a hot start in this semifinal match. Just halfway through the first half, and Penn State showing why they were the #1 overall seed after the round robin games. 4-0, 117 points, and just 26 against. Actually, check that. It was not 26 against. It was even less. That's how strong Penn State defense is. They pitched 2 shutouts during the round robin. Only ended up giving up 19. Which is an unbelievable effort from them. Indiana sets up, again, ready to hoist a player up to try to receive the kickoff at the zenith. Bounces, and it stays in. The Nittany Lions take it again. No. Flag bearer has his flag up, and they rule that either the ball or a player went into touch over on the far sideline.
I believe this will be an Indiana lineout.
That would definitely make sense, considering that it only touched Nittany Lion players. Indiana certainly scouted the Penn State kickoffs well, as they've gotten this play where they hoist a player up, trying to get the ball before it comes low enough for any Nittany Lions to get to. We have an issue with the line out. So another unforced error. Indiana not sharp right now. Tough team to get off to a slow start against. Penn State, one of those groups that's going to make you pay for almost every single mistake, and certainly in the process of doing that right now with a 12-point lead and the ball back in favorable territory. Musselman going to do it himself. Bends right, bends left, passes it off What a find, what an assist.
Number 5.
The Nittany Lions strike again. Aiden King, the third try for Penn State of the half.
Yeah, excellent awareness there by Penn State. As you said, Musselman getting down the line, making the break, but then having the awareness to find his teammate before he could get down into contact, passing it off and placing it perfectly center for the try. Sets up another kick, and Penn State very early into this match has put up 17 unanswered.
And now 19 with the successful conversion. Just what a find from Dalton Musselman. Just over a defender, arches it perfectly right into the hands of King. Just great work all around. The Nittany Lions, 19 straight points to start the half. 30 seconds to go in it, and still looking for more. Obviously could once again grab it on the kick and go in and score again. Don't know how you're gonna beat this team, to be honest. Indiana's play does work, well executed. They finally get the ball on kickoff. We will get to see their offense for the first time. One of the strengths of this Indiana team is their attack. But they take a penalty. Penn State bench is fired up, and another mistake. Indiana can't get out of their own way right now. Musselman kicks it to himself,
Penn State.
breaks free, picks it up,
Gets the recovery.
put up another 5. Penn State running away with it in half number 1. It's 24-0 with a conversion still to come.
First half.
Yeah, that was an excellent kick. Got the right bounce too. And that's how to beat the line for sure. When you know you have the speed, if you can place the ball perfectly to yourself as he did, you know you're in good position. And of course, it is now 24-0 with another conversion perfectly centered for the Nittany Lions.
And Musselman makes no mistake. I'm looking over at the far sideline at Michigan scouting this game. You got to wonder what's going through their head, seeing what they're likely about to go up against. 26-0 Nittany Lions lead at halftime. Dominant performance from them so far. 7 minutes to go in this one. Stay tuned. Dominant effort by Penn State in the first half, 26 straight points. Off to a 4-try lead after just 7 minutes of play. Indiana set to kick it off. First time we'll see them kick. Maybe they can start to create some action with their foot, as they are sometimes known to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams actually are very strong kicking teams.
This one has a little bit less air under it than perhaps desired. So the Nittany Lions will gather it in with no problem. Gonna try the far sideline. Couple broken tackles before finally ball carrier brought down. Nittany Lions now begin to move towards the near side. And spun down to the ground is Lockie Treister. Musselman over to the far side. King, we saw that connection earlier on a try. Now they're doing it in their defensive zone, trying to get it out. Treister has it again near the middle of the pitch. Gonna take it himself, breaks free. Lucky Treister being chased by Peyton Wall. Wall catching up, but Treister zigging and zagging and scoring. Another try, Nittany Lions 31 on the board.
Yeah, and that's what they do. They find those opportunities. They really took their time with this one. Again, they didn't see what they liked early on, kept passing it out, waiting for the moment, and then as soon as it presented itself, they were through. And at that point, it was a foot race. And not too much that IU could do at that point to stop it and cut him off, especially when he's able to make those cuts and kind of lose the defender, if you will. So excellent job right there by Penn State, and they're absolutely on fire right now, especially against an opponent that is as strong as IU is.
Yeah, still no points on the board for IU. Michigan has given Penn State its biggest problem to date. The Nittany Lions did win that game 28-12. 12 points is the most in a game that the Nittany Lions have allowed. Of course, they've only allowed points in one other game, winning 14-7 with their backups mostly playing. So just to give you an indication of what kind of dominance they've showed this weekend. Gonna be tough to beat them, even if you're the Wolverines, who did put up a decent fight in the first game. Kick goes into touch. 4:40 to go. Separating the Nittany Lions from a return visit to the Big Ten Sevens Championship here in the spring of 2024. At the conclusion of this game, we're going to move into some of the other brackets playoff matches. Illinois and Ohio State, Wisconsin and Purdue, winners of that game, go on to the 5th place game. Michigan State and Iowa will also battle it out again. Each team guaranteed 2 games on this Sunday, 2 playoff games, that is. The Spartans and the Hawkeyes will battle for 9th place, starting at 2.
Now IU being backed up here. Squeezed, fake offload.
Good ball control on the fake by Jack Reese. Parker Wall. His brother Peyton, the captain of this team. Ball is free, and it's knocked on. That one goes against the Nittany Lions, I believe, as Treister is trying to jump on it, but may have accidentally hit it forward. 3:17 to play. Indiana looking to get on the board for the first time.
And this will be a scrum down to the Hoosiers.
They successfully grab it in the scrum. Quick developing play and well executed. Tommy Hannon to Michael Cabreros for the quick try. Indiana's on the board. And they complete the conversion before I could even finish that sentence. So 7 points right away. Obviously a lot of desperation for this Indiana team. They need a lot in a little bit of time, but good for them on getting such a set play to work so successfully. Kick is up and it's deep towards empty space. Stays in bounds. Picked up by the Nittany Lions deep on their own side. Saves some room up the wing now, as rumbling forward before being taken down is Adam Bilbo. On the far side, Ashton Saplicki spins off a tackle, still on his feet. Now he's brought down. 2 minutes to play. Offload is broken up. Good play from the seat of his pants by that Indiana Hoosier. Couldn't quite tell who it was, but deflected the pass while laying down. Nate Meyer, the freshman, made that play.
IU playing with some pace, with a pep in the step, excuse me.
Meyer's met by 2 Lions. That would be a terrifying situation if it wasn't the rugby field. Wall, gonna hold it himself. Tries a drop pass, well defended. Nittany Lions doing great work on the defense right now. And a penalty called. Just about 1 minute to go in the game. Certainly no quit in this Indiana team, but falling behind 33-0. Not much they could do, as they will once again fall victim to the Penn State Nittany Lion juggernauts.
Juggernauts indeed. They have been absolutely dominant this entire tournament, and off they go again, being chased down by two Hoosiers.
Great tackle. Just swiped at the shoes of the ball carrier for the Nittany Lions. Goes into touch. Referee stops play to slow it down. 15 seconds to go. And they are going to roll a knock-on before it went into touch. That's why the referee stopped play. Certainly an interesting call, considering it didn't look like the ball went forward, but anytime there's a drop pass, there's always very high potential to call a knock-on.
And so IU with another opportunity as time expires to run one last play.
Penn State up to now 150 points for on the day in just 5 games. Just unbelievable stuff from them. And again, only allowing now 26.
And
So
Penn State gets the recovery on the kick. They kick it into touch.
there's the final whistle. That'll do it. Nittany Lions will greet the Wolverines in a battle of the animal mascots in the finals. That'll take place at 3:10. Penn State dominating 5-0 in the finals, looking to repeat as champions. We're going to take a quick break. Maybe not. We are a little bit behind schedule here, so maybe we will not be going to break as the next teams begin to take the field, Illinois and Ohio State. Ohio State wearing gray, as they have all day. Illinois still in their oranges. Teams shake hands. This game, again, between the Illini and the Buckeyes is supposed to start at 1:20, so because of the slight delay in timing, we are going to jump into it as quickly as possible. Try to stay on schedule as best as possible. So we will stay right with you throughout the transition process. OSU enters the game with a 2-2 record, 66 points for, 97 against, -31 differential. Illinois 2-3, I should say. 62 points for, 82 against after the round robin. And then, of course, a dominating win against Michigan State to the tune of 38-7. So their point differential rockets all the way up to +11 after their semifinal win. Ohio State had the lead in their last game against Michigan at halftime, but ended up falling short. And, of course, now Michigan in the finals. Proof that anything can happen, although it seems like when Penn State is playing, not anything can happen. But you never know. Wisconsin did hold Penn State to 14 points in total while playing a bit of everyone on the bench. Lotto time till the Nittany Lions play again, though. So right now it's the Illini receiving the kick, bounces into no man's land, turns left, and goes into touch. So a line out coming for the Illini right off the rip as an interesting kick. Found plenty of green grass, but then bounced directly to the left and continued to find green grass all the way until it went out of bounds. Illinois messing around with it on their own side.
And Ohio State putting on the pressure very early in this match. They've backed up the Illini all the way up into their tri-zone.
Although they do emerge here, a strong run almost to the 22. He picks it back up, looking to go the length of the field, as you mentioned, started in their own tri-zone. And a great passing play. And Illinois is going to go from one try line to the other And they score first to make it 5-0 Illinois.
And yeah, that switch play in the middle of the field, just changing directions. The defense was veering one way. They run the switch. And again, just in that moment, finding the gap. And Ohio State was trying to go a different direction and obviously couldn't shift in time. So well done, very well executed by the Illini. They get on the board first. It's 5-0. And the kick is up and through, so it's 7.
7-0 Illinois. Getting another look at that play. It's almost an unintentional legal obstruction when you make a drop pass like that, as the Illinois ball carrier who distributed to the eventual try scorer did end up bumping one of the Ohio State defenders. But again, that's allowed considering he was in possession of the ball. So a very creative play. It's almost like a pick play in basketball perhaps, except of course in basketball those are legal. In rugby a little bit, you need to disguise it a little bit better, and Illinois disguised it perfectly right there, resulting in the try. So Ohio State goes to work on offense for the first time in the game. 14 first half points against the Wolverines in their most recent game, but got shut out in the second half, and they turn it over here. So Illinois right back in possession. 2-on-2 on the left side. Tackle, ball's loose, picked up, whistle blows. Nearly a break for Illinois, but actually really well defended. Ian Fairfield and Hugh O'Kennedy, the two defenders in gray for Ohio State, forcing the stoppage of play.
Looks like it'll be another scrum, this time to the Buckeyes, as they are backed up pretty deep, just outside the 5. So they're going to have a lot of ground to gain in this next phase.
We saw Illinois already in this game score from about this distance, so Buckeyes hoping to do the same. No-look offload and another offload. Ohio State doing well to get decently far so far. There's a good tackle. Strong hit by that Illinois player. Ohio State, for the meantime, maintains possession. Bodies going all over the place, and finally we get a whistle. Injured Buckeye down near their own 5-meter line.
And right there again, using the offloads to try and extend the play. You just saw about 2 or 3 of them in that one phase, and really well done to try and extend that play. Definitely running into traffic by the end, but again, still effective.
He rises to his feet, the injured player, trying to shake it off. See if we can get a look on who that may be. Grab some water, and it looks like he will head towards the sidelines. So a quick substitution by the Buckeyes. Clock had stopped with 3:11 on it. 7-0 Illinois leads, and they have the ball. Or they had the ball before turning it over. Tap and go. Buckeyes will take it now. All the way out to the near side. Offload and running into touch unintentionally. Jack Lang straddling the sideline, but eventually did step out on his own. Not even forced out. Illinois sets up the line out. Execute it well. A lot of space out to the right. Spin move, but a good job by Lang, who tracked all the way to the other side of the field to make that tackle.
Illinois with the numbers to the left.
Cutback move works for Illinois. A great run and another try. The Illini elusive early on, and 2 tries to show for it.
Yeah, the Illini seem to be clicking on offense. You saw that earlier in their previous game. They seem to really get things figured out, and like by the end of the Notre Dame game in the last few minutes, putting up 22 unanswered, and they're really riding that momentum as that kick is doinked off the left upright. But it's still 12-0 here, and as we move into just under 2 minutes in the first half, they are really showing their strength. The Buckeyes don't quite have a response yet, but they do get the ball back here, so I'd like to see some offense generated on this next sequence.
You'll see what Ohio State can do. They've surrendered now after taking that 14-5 lead against Michigan. Not to harp on it more, but that game was the difference between them being in the semifinals and them now trailing in a battle for 5th place. They were up 14-5, and then they ended up losing 31-14, so 26 straight points, now 12 straight in this game. So that's 38, if my math is correct. 38 straight points against Ohio State. And on the flip side, Illinois, ever since going down 26-0 to Notre Dame, has looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they've really made some adjustments, worked hard to fix their defense, and again, showing off their toolkit on offense as well.
72-7, they lead their opponents since their 26-0 deficit to Notre Dame, and that's just going to increase. Another try, second of the game for that player for Illinois, second of the half, as it winds down under 10 seconds. The Illini, all of a sudden looking like the juggernauts of the losers bracket.
That's quite the statement for sure. But yeah, the Illini have definitely gotten it rolling here in the first half of this match. Although the kick did not go through just then, they still lead by 17 going into halftime. So a whole other half to play. Ohio State still definitely not out of it. Again, we've seen teams go on big runs to catch up. Illinois doing that themselves against Notre Dame.
Yeah, we've seen a couple comebacks. Of course, Michigan's earlier today. Notre Dame had a comeback win yesterday, and the Illini almost had one of their own earlier today. But we're going to step aside for a brief moment to recognize halftime. We'll be right back as Illinois leads Ohio State by 17. Illinois kicking it away to get half number 2 started. Ohio State will start with possession and needing it, down 17 points. One quirk in the bracket. There is a first place game, the championship. There is a third place game between Notre Dame and Indiana, the first place game between Michigan and Penn State. There is a 5th place game between the winner of this game and the winner of next game between Wisconsin and Purdue. And there is a 9th place game between Michigan State and Iowa, both those teams looking for their first win. But there is no 7th place game. So the loser of this game done for the season. So Ohio State, with their season on the line, going to have to come up with a big comeback effort in the second half.
Penalty to Ohio State.
Quick penalty against the Illini. Buckeyes will start at about the 10-meter line, close to midfield, their own 10-meter line. They try to kick it ahead. It's well defended. Big hit. Good work by the Illini to maintain possession. They get bodies back to support.
It looks like they get the ball back after that.
Yeah, knock-on called as intervening and nearly taking away. The pass was Jack Cullen, but instead he was unable to come up with it cleanly, so it's a knock-on. Sun has faded behind the clouds here at Stinson Rugby Field. Still a warm day. Wow, what a job to stay inbounds along the near sideline. Illinois is going to get their 4th try of the game. A long one at that.
And like you said, Charlie, that was an excellent effort along the side, staying in bounds, racing down the sideline for the easy try, at least looking easy.
It certainly made it look easy, did he, Claire? As just a run down the sideline, and at this point, Ohio State can feel it all crumbling down. Not much effort to chase him down. A little bit of back pressure from Taylor Swenson, but other than that, no one trying to cut off the angle. Kick is good, 24-0 in favor of Illinois. Continue to dominate since falling behind 26-0 to the Irish. Now 84 out of the last 91 points in their games. The only exception being a Robbie Smith try for Michigan State in what was otherwise a blowout. 38-7 was the final of that game. And winner of this one moves on to the 5th place game at 250 to take on the winner of our next game. Loser is done for the day. And we have a 5th place game, a 9th place game, but no 7th place game today.
And a little loop by the Buckeyes, and they have space on the wing.
Yeah, they tried what Indiana did, or what Illinois did earlier. Now just a steal, stolen back, ball is on the ground. Advantage was being played. Knock-on called. A lot of confusion going on right there. Injured Buckeye. Clock stops with 3:43 to go. Right below us. Maybe it's Jack Cullen down and hurt. Getting some attention from the training staff. Cullen gets to his feet, favoring one leg. Standing ovation from some members of the crowd who've seen him get up. Water break for everyone else. 24-0, Illinois leads, 3:43 to go in the second half. At the conclusion of this game, just 5 more remain on tap for the day, on tap for the season. Illinois certainly looks like they'll be one of those, involved in one of those 5 games, I should say. Well executed scrum by the Buckeyes, see if they can get something going with the ball. Surprisingly stark Illinois defense right now, but a little bit of space down the right side.
The Buckeyes really showing off their speed on the wing there. Another break for them.
That one is unable to be corralled by Swenson. So he gets flagged for the knock-on. 3 minutes to go. Illinois with a comfortable 24-point lead. Here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. It's been an exciting 2 days of action. Started yesterday at 1 p.m. Since then, we've seen 10 teams battle out with each other on the pitch. One of those teams being the Illinois Fighting Illini, who continue to get breakaway tries, just bursting through the gaps in this Ohio State defense. And ball carrier will back up till almost the back line before downing it. So officially now 29-0 The Illini showing no signs of mercy here in their 5th place bracket semifinal game.
Yeah, and like you said, able to get the breakaway, run all the way down for the try. The Buckeyes just defensively had no answer for it. No one to stop him once everyone was I guess beat on the front line. Again, they don't have anyone on the wing dropping back to try and cut off some of those lines. So every time there's a breakaway, there's no one there to stop it.
You got to play aggressive as a team when you're down in the second half, and it certainly cost the Buckeyes a couple breakaway tries, but that's the risk you have to take to try to forge a comeback. Seems certainly out of reach at this point. Kick will not go far enough. Buckeyes methodically progress on the offense. Ball bounces and is gathered in. Attempting a kick play was Dulick, but it was stolen from him. Last-ditch offload goes out of bounds. Referee does not like that O'Kennedy tried to throw that in quickly. Instead, he's going to call for a more controlled setup. Swenson will do the honors from the sideline. 30 seconds to go. Deep throw is not straight. Illinois ball. And next matchup, the Badgers and Boilermakers. The winner will play Illinois at 2:50 p.m. That'll be our penultimate game of the broadcast.
This is strong, but recovered by Illinois. Kick down the field.
Kick attempt is gathered in. What a play.
Kick.
And number 6 has got 3 tries now in the game. A hat trick for him. And a last second, why not sort of try. A huge effort by the Illini as they show no signs of slowing down en route to a dominating victory.
Yeah, absolutely. 36-0 is the final score, I believe.
There will be a formality conversion.
Almost.
Which is up and no good.
Okay, so 36-0.
You knew it all along. Never a doubt that Claire was going to be right there. 36-0 the final. Illinois wins. They move on to play at 2:50. Ohio State's day is done. They go out as the 6th place team in the standings. After the round robin that was, they probably will drop down in the final standings, which we are still far from knowing. But regardless, their day, their season all ended at the conclusion of that one. A blowout win for Illinois. We're going to stay here as Wisconsin and Purdue get set to take the field instantly again. We're still a little behind schedule, trying to catch up. And if you're curious about what that schedule looks like, definitely visit the Notre Dame Rugby website. And once you're there, click on the link that talks about the 2024 Big Ten Sevens Championship. All valuable information on that website and on the links on that website that you can find, including final scores, standings, matchups, all the things you might need to enhance your viewing experience today. So again, the Notre Dame Rugby website has all of that information for you.
And that is rugby.nd.edu.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
You have that, not all that difficult a URL, but certainly worth remembering, especially for events like this.
Or you could just Google Notre Dame Rugby.
Many different ways nowadays. So much
variety.
Much power in technology. Could probably search, like just the word rugby, and if you scrolled enough, it'd eventually be there. You have to do a
Sure.
little more digging.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that one.
Not the most efficient, I would
Certainly
say.
not. Purdue, Wisconsin underway. Purdue gets first possession. They've been in all close games throughout the entire weekend. Close wins, close losses. So certainly expect to see a 1 or 2 score game here between the Badgers, who have some electrifying speed, and the Boilermakers, who have a very controlled, very good defense, which we've seen on display a couple times. O'Donnell will try to kick it ahead to himself.
To the 22.
It'll be gathered in by Wisconsin. A swinging tackle. O'Donnell with a huge hit,
That'll be a
bringing his man to the ground. Wisconsin gets the offense recalibrated. Trying to find a hole in this disciplined Purdue defense. Jackson Trotter, the most recent to attempt it. He's tackled to the ground. Low offload gathered in. Handed off by Bell. Trotter to the left side on the flank, spinning back before getting knocked down is that ball carrier. Got it away to his teammate quick though. So Wisconsin still possesses. They'll try the other side, and it's in and out of the hands of DePalm.
So a knock on for the Badgers. Both teams yet to score. Still 0-0. About 5 minutes remaining in the half.
Scrum coming up for Purdue.
And Purdue will get a good opportunity here within the 22 to get something going on offense.
And one of the stories of this Purdue team is their captain, John Kustra, wearing number 19, about to feed it through the scrum. A sophomore captaining this team out of Vienna, Virginia. Not all that much experience on this Purdue team. A good mix of all 4 grade levels and a grad student as well, that being Austin Bridenthal. So good variety on this Purdue roster, and it's led to success this year, and had pretty decent success at this tournament today too, playing a lot of good teams to really tight games and even coming away with a couple wins and trying to do that one more time to get a chance to play for 5th place overall. But that knock-on is not going to help their cause. Again, after Wisconsin's win in their last game against Iowa, certainly did not hesitate to peg this as a potential upset matchup with how much Purdue relies on the defense and how electric some of the speed for Wisconsin can be. We already saw technically an upset, Illinois trouncing Ohio State despite being the lower seed. Wouldn't expect to see 36-0 either way in this game. So right now it's still 0-0.
Yeah, both teams struggling to find the try zone.
Turned over, given away, and Purdue scores first. It just landed in the hands of Luka McAllister, and he's on the board for the first time this weekend.
Would you look at that? I think I jinxed it.
Announcer's jinx is only real when you are that obvious about it, Claire. So please hide it next time.
I'll try better.
O'Donnell sets up the conversion attempt, and it's not close. 5-0 Purdue with 3 minutes to go in the half. Just off the side of Donald's foot. He's done a great job this weekend with getting it into the try zone, but hasn't done much kicking, and certainly did not have a good result on that one. Still, though, the Boilermakers will take it, leading by 5. Getting on the board first, certainly been a key for them this weekend. And especially when you've got such a good defense as they do, team defense that is, really tough, making it tough for Wisconsin now. Eric is taken down by O'Donnell. A good tackle there. Of course, Eric made me open my eyes at least, and I'm sure viewers as well, with his electric speed earlier today. Also showed it off in flashes yesterday, but really the game against Iowa was where he shined the most in that 19-10 win when he had 2 tries. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Low-scoring affair, as you come to expect with this Boilermakers team. And even give credit to Wisconsin. 10 points allowed against Iowa, 14 against Penn State. This team is locking it down after a little bit of a porous defense in the round robin. First day. Certainly locked it down much better today than they did yesterday.
Purdue getting called for the obstruction there, and so possession turns to the Badgers as they try to get something going for themselves. And it looks like they were called into touch.
Not sure about that one, as Craig seemed to have gotten rid of it before going into touch, but the referee disagrees.
Yeah, I did not see that one go into touch, but also not my call.
Correct. Referees have been pretty really good, I'm going to say. Been very good. Not many complaints. Couple close calls that they, upon further review, look to have gotten right on this weekend, as Wisconsin trying to go and tie the game, and some space on the left wing. Finally downed in the try zone. Wisconsin has tied it at 5.
And that was an excellent move right there, swinging to the other side, finding the gap on the wing, and going in for the try. Again, at that point, becoming a foot race. In Wisconsin, they've shown it all tournament, but they have the speed. They have multiple people that can really turn on the jets. So that is translating well for them as they tie it up, as the first half starts to tick down.
And just a couple mere seconds remaining on the clock. And now it officially reaches 0. Game remains tied after the unsuccessful conversion attempt. So last possessions of the half upcoming. Next dead ball, and we will go to halftime. Wisconsin's kicker fakes out the referee. Fancy move from Carter Bell. Gathered in by Purdue's Eddie Murphy, spun down. And they are called for a penalty. Quickly turning the other way, Zach Cam. Upended, but got rid of it first. Bell over to Bryce Quinton, tackled in a heap, and has it stolen away illegally. So a set play coming up for the Badgers, looking to take the lead in this first half. Eric offloads it to Cam. Cam shakes a hit. Gives it to Eric. This is not good for Purdue. And some agility move. Harris Eric is on the board again.
And Eric making his presence known not only in this match, but all tournament. He's really been all over the field for the Badgers. Again, showing off his speed and his skill set. I mean, an incredible job right there, and all around great rugby player. So the Badgers using his talents as well to put them up 10-5 with the kick on the way. And that will just miss to the left. So remains 10-5 going into halftime, and really anyone's game.
Yeah, stay with us for what should be an exciting second half between two evenly matched teams. Purdue, Wisconsin in a good one after the first half. teams retake the field ahead of the second half. Just a 5-point spread. Wisconsin with a late first half try to pull ahead 10-5. Harris Eric really making a name for himself. The freshman out of Chicago with his third try of the day, first of the game. Doesn't matter how good your team defense is, as is Purdue's, when you've got the speed that Harris does, and he finally was able to get it in space and did not hesitate to turn it into 5 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, using his speed and his agility to really push the ball up the field, putting Wisconsin up in this game as time expired in the first half, and I'm sure we have not heard the last from him either.
Certainly not, as there was a great tackle reading the play. Imeric Mafutuna. Eric has it again, and what a tackle! What a brilliant play, grabbing him by the clothing. And landing awkwardly, Mafutuna still down, Eric down too. Both players getting the worst of that collision. Play resumes on the far side. Purdue looking to tie it up. Offload and the score. Game tied. Boilermakers tie it with 2 players down on the near side.
And that was an excellent play off that heavy collision by both teams. But again, Purdue not relenting, passing it out, finding the gap, and taking it in to tie the game.
Both players now get up again. Imeric Mafutuna, the junior out of France for Purdue, with a great tackle, a try-saving tackle on arguably the speediest player in the Big Ten, at least based on the evidence I've seen, definitely right up there. And that being Harris Eric, who, freshman from Chicago. He's being attended to now on the sidelines. I believe the conversion was no good, so it remains 10-10. It was from a very difficult angle. Wisconsin spinning, trying to retake the lead. They'll go out to the left. Thrown back. Quinton trying to make it happen. They now go towards the right side of the field. Jackson Trotter giving it away. Kicked ahead, foot race on for it. Ball still free, picked up by Wisconsin. Offload and a great track back tackle, but an even better pass. Army crawl to the try line and a score. And Wisconsin takes the lead.
An incredible effort right there.
Maybe not. Looked like the referee signaled for a try, but they continue play.
Interesting.
Certainly confusing situation on the field. It certainly looked like that there was not only a try scored, but then also the indication. Oh, you can see the ref actually had called a penalty at the 5-meter line, preventing the try. Interesting. So a late penalty call, and it remains tied.
Oh, you know what? I think it's because he did come down as a tackle, but what you have to do is you can't play the ball without clearly putting it back or releasing the ball. You have to release the ball first. Then you can regain possession and then play it at one more move for the try. And what he didn't do was release that ball first and then regain. There was no ruck that developed, but you have to let go of the ball first and then pick it up again. So that's why there was no try. And then again, the extracurriculars, yellow card issued. So now there's a mismatch with
Wisconsin
the team.
Down a man. Great catch on the penalty clear. You're absolutely right. Watching the replay back, not releasing was the call. And now a potential injury as one of the Badgers went down in a heap. So just both teams getting absolutely
Clobbered.
beat up. Yeah, clobbered, a great word. Just
Thank you.
oh, a turnover. Picked up by Carter Bell, trying to break free. He's tackled down. Again, Wisconsin with only 6 on the field after the yellow card. Quinton. Now a couple juke moves in and out from Vasconcelos. He loses it, but a whistle is blown. 2:30 to go in a tie game in the second half. A lot going on in this game, but one thing we don't have right now is a leader.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 minutes, tie game. Looks like on this scrum, Wisconsin is going to have an opportunity. Again, they're in good territory, but they're also down a man. They only have 2 backs available to them outside the scrum. Looks like the scrum has been turned around, so they will redo it this time. Wisconsin keeps the possession. But
Yeah, what a big moment it would be for them to score here. Obviously down a man, another whistle.
And looks like they will be called for the offsides. They referring to the Boilermakers.
Badgers slow it down a bit. Bell will try to tap and go. Quinton off to Trotter on the left side. Couple moves and then a great pass. Quinton, good tackle. Another offload, spins and gathered in on the juggle. Another strong tackle. Purdue showing their defensive prowess right now. Couple big tackles. And they force the penalty. Purdue just excellent defense, and Wisconsin's big chance while down a man goes by the wayside.
Yeah, again, that not releasing penalty, which has been quite the storyline all game here. Robbing Wisconsin of a try of their own. And then again on another pursuit to try and find the try zone one more time. So score remains 10-10 with about 30 seconds left in the half. In regular time.
Yeah, the game's still tied. We haven't seen overtime yet. Could this be the game we finally do? And sudden death format. Certainly everyone gets excited for sudden death. Still a ways from that. Only 8 seconds left, but juggled and picked up. Wow, nearly a break for Purdue. Instead, maybe a break for Wisconsin. And the ball goes into touch with time expired.
Ball goes into touch with time off the clock.
What have we here? In overtime would just be another 7-minute half per se.
But I believe that
Sudden death.
Yeah, it is sudden death, which means any point scored. So theoretically, a kick for points included
Would wrap this one up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Basically the case, we're basically in overtime right now with the second half not officially over, but this team's tied at 10. Any points at this point will wrap it up. Wisconsin with it in Purdue territory, still down a man. Actually, Purdue with it, I'm sorry, on the scrum. Scrum collapses instantly.
Scrum collapses, giving Purdue.
Purdue will take their time.
Taking their time.
Again, time pretty irrelevant right now. Next score wins, no matter whether it's in this period or in overtime.
Turned over to Wisconsin.
It's a turnover.
For the behind the back pass.
Nearly turned back over, but saved by the Badgers, and then it's dropped. No knock-on called. Ref did not see it. He had his back turned to what was clearly a knock-on. Wisconsin maintains possession. Oh, a strip tackle on Trotter, who was not suspecting it.
Nearly taken out of bounds.
Over on the near side. You can hear the fans starting to feel the intensity of this one. There's a big hit. Ball is free. Picked up by Quinton, saving the day for the Badgers. That was a huge hit laid by Matthew Tuna, who's back in the game.
And he's off the street. Taken quickly by Wisconsin.
Wisconsin on the near side here, just gets across midfield. Trotter is ran back. Big tackle by Kustra. Headpiece on the ground belonging to what looks like Trotter. Goes to pick it up. Wisconsin back to 7 on the field. And maybe going to take advantage of that. The Badgers win on a walk-off try. And they move on to play another game.
Moves on.
Wisconsin, a last-second victor today.
And I don't know if you can see the scene on the field, but everyone on both sides are just absolutely exhausted.
Yeah, hunched over and in shock, in either shock of happiness, shock of despair. The try scorer for Wisconsin, the minute he downed that ball, just laid back and said, ugh, thank gosh, this is over and we're moving on. Just exhaustion. Walk-off try from Zach Cam. Just unbelievable work by both teams.
Yeah.
What a battle. What an ending. It's Wisconsin finally getting their 7th man back in the nick of time to come away with the victory. And
Absolutely.
the Purdue fans are stunned.
Down to the wire here at Stinson. But again, yes, an incredible effort by both teams. Wisconsin just getting the better of Purdue, but that's not to take away anything from what the Boilers have done this tournament. Again, they've showed their strength, and although they didn't come out with the victory, they have a lot going for them. They put up a really, really good fight.
All of Purdue's games at this event were decided, all except one, were decided by 5 points or less. It's just unbelievable to think about in a sport, or excuse me, 7 points or less. One score basically separates Purdue from everyone. They did beat Michigan State by a sizable margin, but other than that, every other game they've played unbelievably close. So hats off to the Boilermakers on a great event, but even more hats off to Wisconsin. Goes 1-3 in the pool play, but has found themselves in the 5th place championship, where they will take on Illinois, who is 1-3 themselves. So 2 surprise stories, 2 upsets in the losers bracket semifinals, setting up for what will be a great 5th place game at 250. Last game of the day for the Spartans and the Hawkeyes set to begin. Michigan State and Iowa both looking for their first wins of the weekend. Iowa has been close a couple times, losing by just 5 to Purdue. Michigan State still looking for a real close game. They've definitely struggled today, and one of the reasons has been their inability to prevent tries. And that didn't take long. 20 seconds in, the Hawkeyes strike first.
And right there, I liked what Michigan State tried to do, finally putting someone in the backfield to try and disrupt. But unfortunately, this time just faced with the overload, Iowa had another person on the wing, and so they were able to just give one pass out, and there was no stopping him. So well done to the Hawkeyes right there for forcing that overload and getting in their first try of the match.
And after a successful conversion, 7-0 Iowa. That try was by Landon Samil, senior from Decorah, Iowa. Again, one of the storylines we focused on a lot yesterday for this Iowa team was the high concentration of local talent. 9 players and the head coach, Tyler Daly, for the Hawkeyes from the claim a hometown within the state. Only 5 do not, and of those 5, 2 live in Illinois. Jack Cantorna, sophomore from Palos Park, Illinois, and Draven Wells is a senior from Polo, Illinois. Other than that, a lot of Iowa locals on this Hawkeyes team. And they're up to a 7-0 lead early on. And threatening deep in Michigan State territory. It's a Spartans line out, and it's not straight.
Ball is not straight.
So right away, a big opportunity for the Hawkeyes to double their lead. Off the scrum, Hawkeyes control. Spartans swarm to the scene. But Iowa has it. The offload goes well over the head of Elfin. Ball is taken away. Rosas just snagged that one away. He's been consistently one of Michigan State's best players this weekend. And right there, steals the ball and draws the penalty.
Michigan State looking to sub.
Touch and go from the center of the field. Spartans have shown a propensity to get these long try runs throughout the weekend. In desperate need of one of those now, trailing 7. Certainly in this game, but we'd like to score the next points if you're Michigan State. Working on the offense right now. Very patiently doing so. Iowa's defense not giving them much. Backing up the Spartans beyond, further back than where even their tap and go was from. Now they start to gain some ground. Loose ball picked up. Offload from the back. Powerful run, nearly into touch, just gets it away, stays in, picked up by Michigan State. What an offload, what a pass. Spartans finally moving it. Ball is free, and it's jumped on. But diving in the call, that one goes against Michigan State, so a good offensive possession, but nothing to show for it for the Spartans.
Pass is just behind. Covered by Iowa.
Iowa recovers the ball after some problems with it. They stay in bounds somehow. Just barely. Able to stay in bounds was Stanley. Elfin goes to his teammate, Draven Wells. We just mentioned his name, and now we're going to mention it on the scoreboard. Draven Wells for 5, and Iowa strikes again.
And Wells again showing off his speed, going down the line, and no one really to follow him, but no one really needed again. Michigan State, the defense needing some answers here as the clock winds down to under 2 minutes in this half.
1:45 to be exact and counting. Conversion is beautiful. 14-0, Iowa leads. Iowa's offense has been a little snake-bitten today. 14 points today and yesterday, I should say. 14 points actually represents the third most they've scored in a game. They had 17 in a loss to Wisconsin yesterday and 19 in a loss to Ohio State. So only one try away from, at the very worst, tying that number. And, of course, conversion pending could very well surpass it. One minute to go in the first half. Iowa will kick it off again. High kick, it's a beauty near the touchline. Takes a bounce to stay in bounds. Finally picked up by Michigan State. There was Molatleggy on the kick, and now Michigan State is going to turn it the other way. I said they had the ability to do this, and they came up with it at a big moment. Spartans on the board on a huge try late in the first half.
That's absolutely what they needed at this point. Little bit of momentum. Hopefully they can keep going with that and get some more points on the board, because Iowa has put themselves up by 2 possessions as that kick goes through.
Big conversion to move it to a 1-score game.
But again, any opportunity for the Spartans to get an attack going, put some points up on the board, it's going to be very useful to them. And hopefully they can start to shift a bit by keeping possession for longer to help out their defense a little bit.
Ring will kick it deep with time expired in the half. Goes off the hands
The Hawkeyes
of Iowa. Looked like it was,
Michigan State.
they were unable to corral that kick. All that
State
leg,
looking
he
to
could not
capitalize
corral
on
it.
there.
Michigan State
Takes it back
with an
right
opportunity
side.
to try to tie this game up.
Next man miss.
Offload, what a grab! What a play, give and go between the Spartans players. And they score 2 tries in the final minute of the first half, and all of a sudden we have a game. (14-12) with a conversion to come. Michigan State all of a sudden with 2 scores in 40 seconds or so. Kick is up and good to tie the score. Michigan State showing us something. With a late half push, they've tied it up against Iowa at the end of the first half. Second half to come. Stay with us in this tied game from South Bend. Ninth place game between Iowa and Michigan State, halfway done. 14-14 tie. Iowa with 14 straight points to start the half, and then Michigan State with 14 at the end. 2 tries, 2 conversions apiece for these 2 teams. And wow, look at that play. Stanley receives the kick and scores. That didn't require much. Stanley doing it himself. What a play coming out of the halftime break for number 13 in white.
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the kick, just receiving it and finding the gap. Not much else to it, but
Yeah, what a great kick.
yeah, defensively for Michigan State, again, just shaking that off and recovering.
They'll call it a miss.
I don't know whether they called the conversion good or not.
They did not.
Very difficult to tell.
It was flagged as a miss, so it won't go on the scoreboard.
Don't know if that was the case. The referee seemed to ask the sidelines for help. I mean, the wind just absolutely took that ball. The wind is gusting in South Bend.
Looking to do it again.
Kick does not
short
quite
bounce
go
back.
10, literally
Michigan
9.5
State
meters,
called
but
it.
not quite enough. Bad bounce for the Hawkeyes. Spartans will take it and get to go from midfield. So they officially rule no good. I mean, even though it was no good, I'm going to say that that was an impressive kick. Rosa hands it off.
Quite the offload there.
lucky passes
Shakes
on
off a
the
man.
And the Spartans are going to go in for the
Let's
score.
Michigan State going
Quick
for the
turnaround.
score.
Both teams with tries right away
Well tied.
in the half, and the Spartans have tied it.
Absolutely, they're keeping this one neck and neck. And with their opportunity for a conversion, it could potentially give them a lead.
And the try scorer did a good job to centralize. No drama about
They'll
this
call
kick.
that
That's
one
definitely,
through.
and if this game ends as it is now,
Michigan State
and there's obviously
Spartans
still a
up
lot
by
of
2.
time left, but if it ends with a 2-point spread or less, you're gonna have to come back to that conversion that was called no good, but certainly you could argue you'd have to take another look at to see if it went between the uprights before or after crossing the line of the crossbar. Of course, it was so high that it was tough to tell exactly when it did cross. And the wind played a huge part, as originally that kick looked like it was going to be definitely no good.
Looks like it'll go out of bounds.
Great kick by Rings, setting the Hawkeyes back
Right at the
inside their
5.
own 5. Maybe at the 5-meter line. Either way, ball went deep into Iowa territory before going out of bounds. Michigan State and Iowa, both teams looking to claim their first win of the weekend. It's been a good one. A lot of offense for both sides. Michigan State, the most recent try, allowing them to take a 2-point lead after a
Iowa
conversion.
back. Deep in their own half. Couple dummies in the
Morad
kick
Leggy
attempts.
will try to move it
Defended by
forward, but it's
Michigan State.
taken away. Spartans look to counter quickly. Offload deflects
Right
off
pass,
bodies,
gets knocked forward and out of bounds.
and it goes into touch. Couldn't tell who that went off of, but either way, rolls out of bounds. The referee will bring play back. 21-19 Michigan State. 3:20 to play. Couple more games left after this. 2:30 kickoff, Notre Dame, Indiana. Battle for third place. Illinois against the winner of this game. Or I'm sorry, Illinois not against the winner of this game. Illinois will play Wisconsin. That's for 5th place. That's at 2:50, and then our final game of the day, capping it all off. Michigan, Penn State. Penn State looking to repeat as Big Ten champions. Only the Wolverines standing in their way.
As that went directly out of
3 more games after this one of the Big Ten Rugby 7 season, and we will have a champion by 3:30 this afternoon. 2.5 minutes to play in this one.
So a scrum down for the Spartans just inside the 22. Another opportunity to run something.
Scrum for the Spartans, gives them the ball back.
Ring is going to be taken down. Good pursuit and good tackle by Ports.
Michigan State with a slight advantage.
Take it down with an advantage call.
Oh, a truck.
hard hit.
Smith laid the body into Stanley. Stanley, of course, with the big try at the start of the half and took the worst of that hit, but gets up, no worse for wear. Did his job and knocked down
Quickly. He's got no one with him though.
the player. Look at this strong running. Drenner just powering
Looking for a
forward for
handoff.
Michigan State. Bolesti hands it off.
Hits him with the
Smith
dummy, but
taken
it
down. He's dangerous. That was a good tackle. 1:40 to go. MSU still pressing with the ball, looking to add some insurance to their lead.
Spartans
Going
getting
backwards right
drawn
now and
back.
called for the obstruction. Referee did
Call for
not
obstruction.
like that.
Penalty will go to Iowa.
Penalty for Iowa. They take over possession. 1:20 to go, down 2.
Iowa with a quick start here. They work their way up the line, switch play on the outside to stay in bounds.
Iowa steaming past the 50.
Michigan State coach on the sideline,
It'll be Michigan State's
clapping in
ball.
approval.
It looks
His
like
team drew the penalty.
not releasing.
Well, he'll get a
And actually,
card
it's going to be a yellow
for
card.
extracurriculars.
So Iowa now, the hill gets even steeper. Or Morat leggy will go off. So 6 white jerseys on the field now, 7 in green and black, and one of them is going to score the insurance try on the left side, centralizing and downing for the score. Michigan State grows its score to 26 and is a conversion away from putting it out of reach.
Absolutely, and again, if they can hold, they have secured their first victory here of the tournament. This is a big conversion for Michigan State, trying to put this one out of reach late into this match.
And it's no good.
They'll say no.
So the score remains 26-19. Iowa theoretically still in it. Needs to make it happen right off the kick and turn it into 7 points, a score and a conversion. A try, that is. A kick would obviously be no good at this juncture. Ring will kick it away. Interesting to see how Iowa will try to defend the kick with 6 on the field. It's a pretty deep one. Ring has done this a lot. Takes a bounce and it lands in Michigan State possession. What a bounce by the ball. And the Spartans are going to score again. Over the shoulder, it's touchdown for another try. Rosa gets the last one of the day for the Spartans, and they end the day with a victory, their first of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible effort by the Spartans, coming from behind, getting the lead, and then maintaining it, extending it even for the victory.
And that'll seal it with a
The
Spartan
conversion
victory
is
over the
good.
Hawkeyes to take
The
night.
final score is now 33-19.
Up
19
next, we have the
unanswered
third
points for
place
Michigan
game,
State
Notre
to
Dame
conclude the
versus
game.
Indiana.
We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Notre Dame will play for third place in their way. Last year's runners-up, the Indiana Hoosiers. Kickoff up and corralled by the Hoosiers. We are underway in our third place game. Both these teams very strong rugby programs, looking to see who will be named third place in the Big Ten Sevens for the year of 2024. It's the host Notre Dame Fighting Irish against the always dangerous Indiana Hoosiers. These two teams met yesterday in a close game. Notre Dame with a walk-off try, courtesy of John Barnes. 24-19 the final. Now they'll battle it out again. Both teams trying to get third place and salvage their results yesterday. Of course, Notre Dame entered as the 1 seed in their pool, but lost to Michigan in the first round. And now they head into touch there. Strong tackle on the wing by Indiana, who was 3-1. Their only loss coming to Notre Dame, ending up as the number 2 overall seed, or number 2 seed in their pool. I suppose the number 4 overall seed. Number 2 in Pool A. Now trying to play for third place overall in a rematch versus the Irish. Line out for the Hoosiers. Executed well, and Indiana will get their offense to work. Trying to use the far side of the field. Numbers maybe. Well defended by a couple white sweaters.
Advantage to Indiana.
Indiana will try the other way. All the way out to the far right wing. It's Wall. Makes a move. Offloads it to his teammate.
Advantage over.
Goes to the ground to maintain possession briefly. They are still battling for it. We get a whistle.
Ball comes loose on the inside. Referee gives a penalty to Indiana.
Entering from the side, I believe, is the call against Notre Dame. So they're backed up to about their own 10-meter line.
Indiana left for a scrum.
Indiana will go for the scrum. So Notre Dame will move up after being backed up. 4:40 to play. No score early on in this one. IU coached by Nick Taylor out of Calgary, Alberta. And Cabreros breaks off a tackle. What a run from Michael Cabreros. Just taken down, gets up and scores.
Fantastic.
What an effort.
Yeah, fantastic effort there by the Hoosiers, muscling in a very hard run and sealing the first try of this match. They go up 5-0 with the conversion coming soon.
Yeah, should be coming up from a decent angle, but definitely not right down the middle. Hannon lines it up. In the background, you can see the tents flying up. Just when you thought the day couldn't get worse for the Iowa Hawkeyes, now their tent is about to fly away.
Oh man, salt in the wound there.
Yeah, the blue one looked like it was just completely lifted up and almost took the team logoed one with it. The players now will work on trying to fix that. That's a developing story, so stay tuned. On the field, 7-0 after a successful conversion from Hannon, who will get ready to kick it away. Tommy Hannon, the sophomore out of Indianapolis. Kick is up, and it's received by Teza. Goes to the ground. Does well to maintain possession. Counter ruck. But Notre Dame maintains possession. A lot of field to cover now for the Irish. Indiana has done a good job pinning them back deep. Brian has it. Actually, that's McKenzie who has it. Brian has it now. They go to Graham and now to the left side. Bowman looking for room, not going to find it. Nearly a break up the middle for Brian. Not releasing called. Penalty against Notre Dame. Setting up Indiana on the doorstep. So again, Indiana high intensity defense. They go for the scrum option. Deciding not to go for the tap and go. Hoping they can get something better off of a set scrum play. Again, when you pin a team like Notre Dame down and deep in their own zone, Notre Dame very patient offense, but eventually you do make mistakes every now and then, and that was one of them.
Forward pass on Indiana.
Forward pass called. A little bit of confusion coming out of the scrum, as Jack Reese couldn't quite pick it up cleanly, and then his pass was ruled forward. So a break for the Irish after ceding possession. Iowa seems to have the tent under control by removing the fabric from the frame. So a successful operation there on the Iowa sideline.
Referee calls ball straight out. We'll have another scrum.
We'll try again on the scrum. And Indiana coached by Nick Taylor at the 7s level out of Calgary. Their head 15s coach and the director of rugby overall is Luke Gross out of Decatur, Indiana. Notre Dame headed by Justin Hickey. And Bowman has some room. Offloads it and unable to corral it. Over on the left side, it'll be ruled a knock-on. Bowman did well to gain some ground, but eventually got caught by Cabreros. Michael Cabreros is a freshman, but has certainly been a very impact player, noticeable player for this Indiana team, both today and in general this season. Piece of garbage is flying onto the field, and the referee on the side was trying to get it, but has decided against it, not competing with the wind. Smart move, it seems. Cabreros offloads it. Gathered in by Mikowski. Mikowski still with it. Couple cutbacks, another cutback, finally brought down.
They were able to clear that ruck.
Referee gives a penalty to
But
Indiana.
unfortunately, Notre Dame not keeping their feet. And so diving into the ruck is the call. They get pushed back 10.
Out to the far side. Ball comes loose and it's turned over.
Lost into Notre Dame hands. Grounded. Now first being
Just when it
played.
looked like Indiana was going to get on the board again, Notre Dame's defense with a big stop right by the try line, and that will do it for the half. 7-0 for Indiana after 7 minutes. Both teams' defenses very strong showing, and that's why it's a one-score game heading into the second half. Battle for third place between the host Irish and the visiting Hoosiers when we come back. At the conclusion of this game, as you just saw, Illinois against Wisconsin, 2:50 p.m. start. That's in just 10 minutes, or after one more half between Indiana and Notre Dame. Indiana a 7-0 lead on a great individual effort and try by Michael Cabreros. Again, one of the very few freshmen on this Indiana team. Only one with consistent playing time in the 7-on-7 level, and boy, has he been good today with the try. A couple nice defensive plays as well, also making it happen on the offense in other ways, nearly leading to scores. He's been all over the place, and Notre Dame's going to need someone like that to step up. They are still scoreless after the first half. Indiana's always known for its good defense, and no different right now.
Penalty to Notre Dame. Tackle came off his feet. Sorry.
Quick penalty against Indiana. So Notre Dame will have a tap and go, see what they can do with the ball. Kenzie barrels through, ball is free. They call a knock on against the Irish.
Ball comes out the back of their ruck.
So a turnover inside their own territory as the ball came free from McKenzie's possession. So scrum for Indiana. We've seen them use the scrum a lot in this game, trying to get set plays through it.
Yeah, definitely. I think they like their set plays and their selection of what they have. It gives them an opportunity as they push in close.
And they score. Brilliant play. That's why you go to the scrum, when you can pull it off like that. Indiana's on the board with their second try, and they make it 12-0 in this third place game. Couldn't quite tell who it was over on the far side, but it was a great team effort. The pass came from Tommy Hannon and into the hands of the try scorer. Perhaps that being Keenan Mikowski over there on the far side, vice captain. Senior out of Willowbrook, Illinois.
Conversion is unsuccessful.
Not much international representation on this Indiana team. Just Ruarid Chisholm, the junior from Edinburgh, Scotland. And the coach, of course, Nick Taylor, out of Calgary, Canada. Other than that, a lot of United States blood on this Hoosiers team and seemingly working out for them. So why change it? Teza back for Packard. Notre Dame needs 2 scores now. Indiana, a very tough defense to do so against. Artis trying to make it happen himself. Running around, breaking a tackle for being taken down at midfield. But it's poached away. What a great play by the Indiana defense. Offload. Another offload attempt, but it's shut down. Notre Dame defense back to work.
Go, Buck, go!
Out to the wide side wall in a one-on-one, and he's going to win that one-on-one, making a great move around Teza. And Peyton Wall, the captain, leadership, leading the way. Another try for the Hoosiers. They take an 18-0 lead. Or 17-0, excuse me. Trying to make it 19 with the conversion. Just a great cutback by Wall. Fakes right, goes left towards the middle in that one-on-one. Teza, not really much you can do with such an elusive, strong runner as Peyton Wall is.
Yeah, absolutely. IU showing their discipline, showing their depth, getting multiple people involved as well, and creating those opportunities to run in for the try. They put themselves up 19-0 here at Stinson with just 3 minutes remaining.
For Notre Dame, entering the pool play, or finishing the pool play with a 4-0 record, everything falling off the rails in the playoffs, although there's a nice play by McKenzie bursting through. And don't turn this one off yet. Patrick McKenzie doing it all himself and getting the Irish on the board.
Yeah, much needed try by McKenzie for the Irish. They go score their first points of this match. It's 5-0 with the kick, or excuse me, 5-19 with the kick on the way.
Pretty big difference between those two scores, I would argue.
My bad. But yeah, they don't seem to have made the conversion, so it remains 5-19. Not nothing. That's definitely not nothing.
Oh, and they do it again. Teza to McKenzie. They steal a second consecutive kickoff. So still some fight in the Irish. Got to punch it in here, though. See if Indiana's defense can get one more stop to wrap it up. Packard ducks around a hit. Finds Schaffner. Teza. Offload into the wrong hands. Intercepted, but knocked on. So an instant turnover by both teams. Indiana takes it and then returns it as if it was a library book.
If we could have a quick scrum, boys. Turn this team around.
Peyton Wall just getting to his feet. The most recent try scorer for Indiana. 1:15 to play.
Notre Dame just outside the 5 has the opportunity to make this one even closer. Packard switches directions.
Yeah, good agility from him. Teza tries a stiff arm, tries a spin move, carrying defenders to the try zone. Can he down it?
And it's held up. A defensive stand by the Hoosiers to prevent the try.
What a brilliant defensive play. As Teza was dragging defenders with him into the try zone, but eventually he could not down the ball. Just brilliant defense and good job by the referee getting right on top of that scrum to see the play unfold and make sure he made the right call. So credit to him. Credit to the Indiana defense. They now get a scrum, or Notre Dame gets the scrum at the 5. So still not over yet, but the Irish have to go extremely quickly.
And they're just inside the 5. They can run this play.
Packard picks it up. Teza taken down.
They choose the weak side.
Or pass to Ibmer. Just into the game. Time expired. Teza trying to get there, unable to, so Indiana will claim third, just a matter of the score at this point. Packard's gonna take it and go in for the try.
And a score for the Irish after what was a very impressive defensive stand by the Hoosiers. It looked like Notre Dame was struggling, but they managed to will one in right at the end. Bit of a tough conversion angle, but nothing that they haven't seen before. The score is now 10-19, the kick on the way.
Yeah, Mayer will try the kick just into the game.
And that
And it
one,
bends left, doesn't matter anyway. Indiana takes third. Second last year, third this year. Strong performances in back-to-back years. This time, it was the defense leading the way for the Hoosiers today en route to this 19-10 victory.
absolutely, and in that last sequence, even though Notre Dame did get the final try of the match, you have to credit the Hoosiers because they put up as best of a fight as you really can, and again, also eating into the clock to make sure that that was the final try, and they couldn't narrow the gap anymore. So well done to the Hoosiers for taking the victory and securing third place, a podium finish for Indiana.
Good sportsmanship as well for players with some handshakes at the end. Rivals during the game, but very respectful opponents beyond it. So coming right out onto the field, getting ready to go, Illinois, Wisconsin. So again, we can give a quick update on standings as of now with just 2 games to go to decide placement. First place, second place, still up for grabs. That game's coming at 3:10, just 21 minutes from now. Third place goes to Indiana. Fourth place to the host Irish. Fifth place will be the winner of this game between Wisconsin and Illinois, and sixth will be the loser. Seventh goes to Purdue, 8th to Ohio State, 9th to Michigan State, and 10th to Iowa, who has completely fixed the tent situation. We are happy to hear that their tent is no longer blowing away. They have rescued it excellently, so credit to the Iowa players and staff for figuring out that issue. That was, of course, a developing storyline, but no crazy endings to that one. We are just about set for the opening kickoff. Wisconsin looking to, both these teams actually, not just Wisconsin, both teams looking to turn a 1-3 pool play into a top 5 finish. Both these teams clinching upsets in the last round. That kick made it about 9.99 meters, but did not quite get far enough and bounces out of bounds. So it'll be a line out coming. I don't think I've ever seen a kick get closer than that, but not go far enough.
So close.
And we've seen some close ones, Claire, haven't we? But
Oh,
that
yeah.
one, certainly the closest.
We've seen close ones and also extraordinarily opposite of close.
Yes, we saw yesterday with the great winds, we saw a -8 meter kick, 18 meters short, and Illinois strikes first. 2-on-1, and they bring it in for the try. That took 45 seconds to get into the try zone, and it will take a few more to down it. There it is. At 6:09, the first score of the game belongs to the Illini. 5-0, they lead. Again, perfectly executed 2-on-1. Ball carrier draws the defender in just enough before offloading it.
Yeah, and that was an excellent play there by the Illini. Again, getting the defender to commit and then passing it off in the nick of time. Great teamwork and awareness to get that try going and opening up scoring in this match.
This back half of bracket play.
Again, took less than a minute for the Illinois Fighting Illini to get on the board with their first try. And that successful conversion also makes it 7-0. So Wisconsin's offense goes back to work. One thing of note for Wisconsin, Harris Eric not out there after suffering a pretty bad collision in their last game.
Yeah,
So he's no longer there, and that's a big deal for Wisconsin, who relied upon his speed for a burst of offense, and they're going to need a burst of offense here.
Absolutely. They do have a lot of other key players that do have the jets of their own, but yeah, absolutely. Definitely a blow for Wisconsin, as one of their most reliable players is not on the field right now.
Also good on the defense, chasing down attackers from behind, such as potentially that one, but no one to catch that Illini player who's in for the second try of the game, and Illinois is continuing to dominate after a uncharacteristically poor showing yesterday. They have come out today and they are just winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they're showing off their discipline, their speed, and really good decision making too, to try and move the ball, get it into position to find the gaps in order to score. So they go up 12-0, potentially 14, and they won't, so it just remains 12-0.
108-7.
Wow.
Since falling behind 26-0 to Notre Dame. 108-7.
That
is unbelievable. That is
yeah.
22 consecutive second half points against Notre Dame. 38-7 win over Michigan State. 36-0 win over Ohio State. And now a 12-0 lead on Wisconsin. Still a lot of time obviously in this game, but 108-7 today since the very first half and a little bit of the second half. They just needed to warm up apparently.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just crazy to think about how they went 1-3 yesterday and how they're now dominating the competition right now. Certainly the favorites at the moment to finish fifth. And, you know, Notre Dame did beat Illinois 26-22 as it ended up. But if those two teams were to rematch, of course, Notre Dame clinching a fourth place finish and Illinois looking to get fifth. If those two teams were to rematch, I would expect it to be another close one. Certainly would not expect Notre Dame to jump out to a 26-0 lead at any point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, with room on the side, they run a switch, running into traffic, slipping through defenders. Here comes the Illini again.
Wow. They're just finding room everywhere. It doesn't matter who's the opposition, the Illini. Looking like Penn State in the fifth place bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as you said, they are finding room anywhere. It didn't matter that half the field was open. Even though it looked like there was a lot of traffic, he was able to maneuver his way through and run in straight for the try. Nobody touching him.
Another 7, so 115-7 active count. I'm going to keep track of that as it gets more and more outrageous for this Illinois team that came into the day 1-2 with only 40 points for in their 3 games prior to their final round robin game today. Of course, 22 points against Notre Dame, and then the rest is history. I mean, they've been just dominating. 115-7. Wisconsin, do they have an answer? Wisconsin's a team that also went 1-3 and then found a way to beat Iowa and Purdue. Purdue was a really strong team in the round robin segment, playing a bunch of close games, and it was Wisconsin who came out on top 15-10. The Badgers certainly deserving to be here in this game, in this spot, but right now Illinois running hot, and the Illini just doing everything right now. No matter what they do, seems they cannot make an error. As Victor Vasconcelos tackled a player without the ball, and that's going to turn into another try. Illinois pouring it on in the first half, 24 points. And a conversion still to come. Under 30 seconds to play in the half. And Illinois is running away with it, scoring in every way possible and not giving the Badgers anything. Wisconsin yet to touch the ball on Illinois' side of the field in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that speaks to the defensive effort of the Illini. They have shown incredible improvement throughout the entirety of this tournament, going back from yesterday, even on earlier today, and it's all culminating in this match. They go up 24-0 on the Wisconsin Badgers, who had been playing very solidly throughout this tournament as well. So,
yeah,
again,
especially lately. The Badgers picked up 2 wins today, but certainly going to be an uphill battle to find their third. The Illini now 120-7 since falling behind 26-0. That is a good offense and a good defense, and those two are not mutually exclusive, of course. The Illini possessing the ball a lot, forcing turnovers, turning that into scores, and when you have that much possession, it's hard for your opponent to get anything going, but see what Wisconsin can do. Finally, they will get it across midfield. It's Bryce Quinton pushing the pile. Considers his options. Tries to dive forward. Illinois called for the penalty, so a little bit of pushback finally from the Buckeyes. The Badgers. Buckeyes have already finished in 8th place today. They will no longer be taking the field. Same with Purdue, finished 7th. Kick is blocked, and it somehow stays in touch momentarily. What an offload, but it's just unable to be corralled. Illini play with advantage as a good effort from the Badgers to try to create something, keeping it in touch using the kicks, but just couldn't quite figure it out. Oh, what a pass. No-look offload with the right hand. Another great pass, and another one. Ball movement to a T. Illinois scores again to conclude the first half. 29 spot in just 7 minutes of play for the Illini.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really taking it to the house. That ball looked like a little skipping stone there with all those little pop passes and offloads to the outside, and then again finding that space and with the opportunity in front of him, full steam ahead for the Illini as they score that last try in the waning seconds of the first half. So big deficit that the Badgers are facing going into the second half. They have to be able to make some adjustments on defense, and especially, launching as a line. I haven't seen much of their launch, and again, if it's not together, that's when you expose the gaps that the Illini have certainly been taking advantage of.
Conversion is no good. Illinois remains ahead by 29, so for those still counting, 125-7. They're continuing to make it worth continuing to count. 29 straight points in this game and still a half to go. Last game of the day coming up after this, Michigan and Penn State. Fans from both teams beginning to filter in a little bit. Michigan fans traveling a slightly less distance, but of course, many of the fans in attendance, parents anyway, of the players. Wolverines will look to overcome the juggernauts of the winners bracket, just as Wisconsin is currently trying to overcome the juggernauts of the losers bracket and failing to do so miserably. The Illini, just unbelievable what they're doing right now. Looks like a different team than yesterday, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Their improvement, as we've said, has been massive. They have really worked on the gaps in the defense that they were holding out, and the team was leaving for people to run through. So again, just an incredible effort by the Illini in trying to regroup and move forward. They've really, really showed out in this first half, and we'll see if they'll be able to sustain that. And on the other hand, Wisconsin, again, even though they have a deficit, we've seen a lot of flashes of brilliance. I know they're down some players because of injury, but there's a lot of talent on that roster, so they just have to come together and figure out how to advance the ball. As you said, they haven't really had the time of possession like the Illini has, so hopefully more time for them to get an attack going.
See what they can do early on. That pass was dangerously close to being forward. Illinois, the only team to not provide us up here in the booth with an updated roster this year, so we don't know if maybe they picked up some reinforcements between yesterday or today, but if they didn't, just absolute testament to what they've been able to do today. 125-7 since falling behind 26-0 in their first game of the day. Just needed that coffee to kick in from this morning.
Absolutely. Better late than never.
Yeah, certainly going to end the year on a high note are the Illini, unless they blow this 29-point lead. I would imagine it would be more difficult to blow this lead than is humanly possible, but Wisconsin is a talented team. This is just way too big a hill to climb, especially with Illinois playing the way they are. There's a turnover, though. Good steal by the Badgers. Still trying to make it happen with 5:40 to play. Deep in their own territory. Can't afford a turnover right now if you're Wisconsin. So you try to move it up the field. Carter Bell is taken down, and he lost it, but Wisconsin had been playing with advantage, so they'll move it back to that point. 29-0, the Illini lead, looking to clinch 5th place at the Big Ten tournament. A great showing today. Dominant victories over Ohio State, Michigan State, and now Wisconsin. Multiple teams who have had multiple wins today and yesterday.
Taken down right at the try line by the Fighting Illini.
Illinois really pressuring this Wisconsin offense, but finally maybe some room. And look at that speed. Straight down the right side, Zach Cam. He is not going to be caught. Wisconsin gets on the board, and Cam, the senior, with a great run. He had the walk-off try, if I remember correctly, against Purdue to send them to this game. And there he gets on the board again to make it 29-5. And Wisconsin's shown a little life. Managed to go from their own try line basically all the way down in one big run.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you said, this was much needed by the Badgers. This is what they've been really missing all along in this game. And again, like I said, they have a talented roster. They have the components. It's just really making sure they can operate as a unit. But if they keep doing that like they did, they can really narrow this gap.
Kickoff is juggled but corralled by Illinois, who now sees their score since 26 drop to 125 and 12 and 14. So they're suddenly ice cold, being outscored 7-0 in the last 20 seconds. But looking to change that and succeeding at doing so. The Illini offense is unbeatable right now. Into the try zone in a quick response to Wisconsin's first try of the game. The Illini strike again and break the 30 mark, getting up to 34, and still 3 minutes and change to play. Conversion still to come as well, as it was centered before being downed. So,
and that was quite the response from the Illini to that Wisconsin try. They're leaving no doubt about how they operate as a team now. Again, we've seen this improvement, and it's really just clicking for them.
132-14. On the day, it's been 142 to 40. So even if you count the first 26 points they gave up before they were warmed up, they're still beating opponents by more than 100 today. And that's not just one opponent. They have beaten several different teams. Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Michigan State were absolutely trounced. And again, even 22 straight points against Notre Dame. So Illinois just on fire right now.
Absolutely. Again, seeing how this team has gelled together in these late stages of the tournament. It's unfortunate that it didn't come together for them a little earlier, but nevertheless, they are putting on a show here today.
Yeah, going back to their early results, tough loss to Purdue, 15-14. That really set them back, a game that they certainly could have won. Got shut out by Indiana. Indiana has shown multiple times in this tournament what kind of defense they have. Only beat Michigan State 26-12. Oh, a yellow card has been awarded on the field. So the Illini will briefly play with 6.
Only for a little less than a minute and a half, though.
Yeah, time really ticking down. Good catch. Illinois losing to Notre Dame as well by 4, as we've talked about a bunch. But, you know, it's hard to believe they really went 1-3 considering what we're seeing right now on the field in front of us, as they are absolutely rolling. And you have to imagine if maybe they played in Pool B, perhaps they would have fared better in the round robin. Of course, they got a tough draw in a division with Purdue, Indiana, and Notre Dame. 3 very strong teams, 3 of the top 5 finishers.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're really showing out. And like you said, the Big Ten Conference is an elite conference for rugby and NCR. So, you know, it's a crowded field, but they're really finding their way.
Hopefully the NCR takes note of what kind of show the Illini are putting on. They're going to add to their lead, presumably, as support comes for the ball carrier. And they down it in the try zone one more time. 41-7, the Illini just dominating Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin, unfortunately, just not quite low enough on those tackles. A lot of reaching that I'm seeing. It could just be the fatigue setting in. The Illini have really blown open the doors for this game. 41-7 right now as it stands. The kick is on its way. And it'll remain 41-7.
Dominant effort from the Illini. As we found out, thank you to the Beer Gut in the comments section. It is the exact same roster as yesterday. So really, what a story for them, coming out and just playing like a completely different team. Absolute credit to the Illini for that.
Don't know what was said in that locker room, but whatever it was, it worked.
Clearly did. So Illinois clinches 5th. Wisconsin clinches 6th. We've got all the seeds decided except the top 1. We're going to take a quick break and come back for the championship game, Michigan, Penn State. Who will be the champs?
We'd like everybody to please stand for the
Welcome
national
back
anthem.
as we are getting set for the final game of rugby action at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. Before we begin our finals, we are going to sing the national anthem as the Michigan Wolverines and Penn State Nittany Lions get set for the final game of the weekend, the final game of the season on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
Charlie, you gonna sing?
I'm not going to sing, Claire. You're welcome to if you'd like, but
You know what? I don't think anyone wants to hear that, so.
we're just going to mute ourselves for the anthem here.
for the final. Penn State versus
Nothing
Michigan
like the
for
national
Big Ten
anthem to
Men's
get the
Rugby
boys fired up.
Championship
Penn State,
2024.
Michigan, only one team can win. Only one team can become champion. Much different paths for these teams. Penn State, about the least drama-filled run to this final you could imagine. Undefeated en route and dominating teams along the way. Michigan scraped by as the 2 seed in Pool B during pool play yesterday and early today.
Penn State recovers the kick.
2-1 coming into the day, facing off against a 2-1 Buckeyes team and trailing by 2 tries, 14-9. Heading into the second half, Wolverines, of course, win, and they're in the semifinals, lose, and they're out. And not even an opportunity to play in this game. And they won on a big second half comeback, and they're going to need another comeback win as Lockie Treister has wheels. And that took 33 seconds. The quick strike Lions are on the board first.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the Lions showing what they're made of early in this game. They've been dominant all tournament.
Yeah, certainly the offense and the defense both for Penn State. Huge win in their semifinal game against a very talented Indiana team, and off to a quick start there. They'll take their time before considering a kick. Currently 5-0, and the conversion is up and good.
And it's good.
7-0 Nittany Lions. As I was saying, Michigan 2-1, needing a win to move on, down 9 heading into the second half, but rattled off a huge second half in that game, and then handled business against a good Notre Dame team, 24-12 victory, but they were ahead throughout. They fell behind 7-0, but then scored 24 straight points. They're a very streaky team, this Wolverines team, and hoping for a hot streak soon because you don't want to let it get out of hand against a team like Penn State. Equally proficient on offense and defense are the Nittany Lions, looking to repeat as champions. Won it last year on a walk-off try, and if how they've played so far is any indication of how this game will go, they will definitely not need the walk-off in this game, but Michigan looking to make it a closer fight than any team has against the Nittany Lions starters so far today. Of course, Wisconsin put up a good fight against Penn State in the first game of the day, but Penn State was resting their best players, and that is one of their best players. Ian Rowdybush scores a try. The hero from last year is on the board in this championship game. It's 12-0 in a minute and a half, 2 minutes and a half.
And right there, again, Penn State showing why they have definitely been the juggernaut of this tournament. They have absolutely been dominant this entire 2 days, and you know, putting up 12 unanswered thus far with the kick on the way. Very impressive stuff. And it goes through, so actually 14. They show why they have been the favorites all along.
Yes, we talked about the Illinois run from today. Ended up, forget the exact number, but something along the lines of 148-40 and 148-14 since falling behind 26-0 against Notre Dame. Well, Penn State's run just goes the entire tournament. Their dominance from start to finish. They have only had one close game, and it was when they were resting their starters, as previously mentioned, against Wisconsin. Penn State's results so far in this tournament: 28-12 over Michigan. That was their first game, so these two teams rematching for the first time since then. Then 40-0 against Iowa, 35-0 against Ohio State. Then it was that 14-7 win while resting starters. And then the semis, a 33-7 win against Indiana. So they are beating everyone, no matter the skill level, and they are beating most by a lot of points, like 3 scores or more. In fact, Michigan has given them the closest game when they've played their top lineup. Michigan trying to give them more problems here, but right now Penn State in the driver's seat, up 14-0. Lose the ball, though. Errant offload. Picked up by the Wolverines. See if Michigan can get into the try zone for the first time themselves. They've been a pretty prolific offense throughout the tournament. They were 3rd in points for in pool play, 2nd in their pool. That one is knocked away, and it's juggled, and into touch goes Ownsley. And he's going to get a yellow card for kicking the ball away. I don't know if he intended to do so after the whistle, but right away you could see the referee reach into his pocket for the card. Yeah, getting a second look. Definitely the whistle had blown, so bad to worse for Michigan, playing 7-on-6 while also trailing by 2 tries and 2 conversions. Musselman gets it going for this Nittany Lions team that is looking to repeat, and Treister finds a gap. He's going to have his 2nd try of the game. Lockie Treister is unstoppable. Nittany Lions 19, Michigan nothing.
Puts the Nittany Lions up 19.
And yeah, as you said, Penn State still showing out, still impressing. Michigan not quite with any answers yet, but it's still the first half. They've only put up 19, which again seems like a lot, but we've seen teams rally. We've seen them come back from large deficits, so the Wolverines not totally out of this one.
After the try, it moves to 21, under a minute to go in the half, and Michigan absolutely reeling right now, still playing with 6. Of course, the yellow card against Joe Ownsley. He's been good today and yesterday, but ill-advised time for a yellow card there. And certainly makes the already difficult comeback bid almost impossible. But don't tell any Michigan fans that. They totally believe, and why not when you're in the finals and you've overcome adversity all weekend. Got where you are for a reason, so got to prove it right now if you're the Wolverines. 8 seconds on the clock in the half. Last possession. Ball bounces, and the Wolverines have it along the right side. Stutter step move. They'll go back towards the middle. There's a broken tackle. And diving forward is Zanna. Luke Zanna, a good run there.
Looks for the offload man.
Time officially now expired in the half, so Michigan trying to do it on their last possession, diving close to midfield. A little bit of a messy ruck, but nonetheless the Wolverines have it. Nice offload into the hands of Matt Danes. Danes scored the first try of the game in the semifinals. Not releasing, though, against the Wolverines, and Musselman will reset, and he will likely just kick it into touch, and he does. That'll do it for the first half. 21-0. Penn State leads. A great first half for them. Michigan needing answers with only 7 minutes to play in their season in half number 2. Penn State in search of a perfect 6-0 weekend, doing it with both the offense leading all teams in points for and the defense leading all teams in points against with only 26 in 5.5 games. So that is 11 halves. So they're allowing, significantly less than a try per half. Barely over 2 points per half up to this point, which is just remarkable.
Yeah,
and the kickoff is fielded by Penn State, but they will call a knock-on, so not quite what they were looking for. Michigan with the first possession of the half. Go ahead, Claire.
But nevertheless, Penn State really, really strong off those kicks. Again, they've been controlling them, honestly, all tournament long, not just in this game. Unfortunately, just knocked on there, but really strong off those kickoffs, which is translated to a lot of points for them. So Michigan here with an opportunity. They're looking to run some attack.
Yeah, Michigan not a stranger to these big comebacks. 24 straight points in their semifinal against Notre Dame in that win. And in the game before that against Ohio State, it was 26 straight points. So if either one of those situations were to happen as the current scoreboard stands, the Wolverines would find a way to forge this comeback and take it down. But obviously a lot of work to do, and Penn State definitely the hardest opponent in the tournament to forge a comeback against, right up there with Purdue and Indiana, arguably. But those two teams are nothing compared to this Nittany Lions defense. As I was saying at the break, when they have the ball, they score a try, and when they don't have the ball, they get it. And right here is an example of their offense getting down inside the 5. And now inside the try zone. Another try for the Nittany Lions. 26-0. They are dominating the competition inside and out, and they are well on their way to back-to-back.
I mean, they have been so impressive. I cannot say that enough. They have absolutely been fully dominant throughout this entire tournament, not even just today and in this game. And they're really showing what they're made of. They are about 5 minutes out from securing the win.
Kick is up and good, so 28-0. Nittany Lions have just been a force to be reckoned with throughout the tournament. It was pretty clear right from their first game against Michigan. That one was a close one, as it ended up 28-12.
Yeah.
Their closest margin of victory, other than the one where they had already locked up their seed and were resting their starters.
And so they've definitely learned a lot from playing Michigan the first time. So Michigan gets another opportunity here off the knock-on. But if you think about last year in the Big Ten tournament, it came down to the wire. It was Penn State versus Indiana. And Penn State, controversially, might I recall, won.
Absolutely was controversial. There was no signal on the final game-winning try at first, but eventually they did call it a try, as you remember.
Yeah, and Penn State walked it off to win the Big Ten title, but this year leaving no doubt that they are deserving of this title.
Michigan back to playing with 7, by the way. Tough to tell, as Penn State's still swarming around the ball at all intervals. As you mentioned, that walk-off win last year over the Hoosiers. The end of a great tournament run for them where they did not enter as the favorites, but certainly played like it. This year, not the story. They definitely entered as one of the very top teams, and it came to fruition, everything going right for the Nittany Lions in this tournament, including that kick taking a Penn State bounce and going into touch. 3 minutes separating the Nittany Lions from back-to-back championships. They're obviously going to take their time at this point, getting the ball in, getting the ball kicked, all of that. 28-point lead over Michigan. And if you're Michigan, obviously this is going to be a sour end to the season, but got to look at this tournament as a whole and be very pleased with what transpired, considering the spot they were in coming into this morning, and more especially after the first half of their first game this morning, in which they ended by trailing by 9 and on the brink of not even getting an opportunity to play in the top Final Four bracket, the first place bracket, but ended up with that big comeback against Ohio State. Ended up then with an upset over Notre Dame in the semifinals, and tasked with just one too many upset wins at this point, and Penn State forcing another turnover again. When they don't have it, they get it, and they've just gotten it with 2 minutes to go, and they are continuing to slow the pace. So the final standings, as this one begins to wrap up, 10th place is Iowa, going no wins on the weekend. Did have some close ones. A couple come down to the wire, but couldn't quite get in the win column. Michigan State beat Iowa in the 9th place game, clinching 9th. 8th place belongs to Ohio State, who certainly, after starting 2-1, look like they may fare better than that. But after blowing that lead to Michigan, it all fell apart in the semifinals, and a big loss to Illinois, who we'll get to in a sec. 7th place belongs to Purdue, who also looked good and played a lot of close games throughout the tournament. Definitely feel like they deserve better than 7th, but that is where they're going to sit. Another try, a hat trick for Treister. He's going to carry it all the way to the back of the try zone. 33 on the board now for the Nittany Lions. 6th place belonging to Wisconsin. A tough loss for them, too, in their final game, but a good run on the day today, including an upset of Purdue to help them advance into the 5th place game. 5th place belonging to Illinois, who, after falling behind 26-0 in their final round-robin game against Notre Dame, scored 22 unanswered in that game to make it real close at the end, but ended up losing. And then many blowout wins en route to 5th place finish. They just took their team picture during halftime of this game and then departed from the town of South Bend to head back home after, got to be high spirits for them after such a dominant day. 135-14 since falling behind 26-0. That was the final tally. Penn State with advantage here as the time officially ticks off. 4th place to Notre Dame. 3rd place goes to Indiana. And once this ball goes out of bounds, 2nd place will belong to Michigan. And 1st place for the 2nd straight year, the Nittany Lions. See if they could score one more time, because why not? There's a good tackle, but an offload. And another try. Penn State dominant. They do it again. Back-to-back Big Ten Sevens champions 2023 and 2024.
They have been the story of this tournament indeed. Never, ever left a doubt that they were going to be consistent in their attack and on their defense as well. They've locked up opponents. Biggest score differential in this tournament. And again, they're really showing why they deserve this championship. So well done to them, and well done to all of the teams in this tournament. An impressive showing, and again showing why the Big Ten is definitely one of the strongest conferences of rugby in the NCR. So again, everyone put in their best effort and really showed out.
Yeah, a lot of it left on the field. Congratulations to all teams, but most especially the Penn State Nittany Lions. Dominant from start to finish. Completely in control of this championship game against Michigan. And the Nittany Lions are the back-to-back champions. The storyline coming in, could they repeat? And they left no doubt, as you said multiple times, Claire. So Penn State, 1st place. Michigan State 2nd, Michigan 2nd, and all the rest to follow. If you're interested on recapping the scores and the event and the results from previous games of the day, please visit the Notre Dame Rugby website, rugby.nd.edu. This stream is over. Thank you so much for joining us both today and yesterday if you made it. This was Charlie Morris, along with my partner Claire DeMeo, Nick Ruthroff, and Sam Ohaj behind the scenes. Amazing work. Thank you both. So long from the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Congratulations, Penn State. Have a great rest of your weekend, and have a great summer.